Thanks for the sub, Beckons. Appreciate it. Okay, we got some fun stuff today. 2 coaching sessions, as usual. Then, we're going to do some hero tier list stuff. I'm going to grade all the hero reworks. We're going to have a discussion, and I'm going to do it with chat too. So whenever we do tier lists, y'all, you guys who haven't been here before, we always do it with chat. We work on it together, we discuss, we debate, we yell. Obviously, I'm the smartest person here, so my decision counts the most, but we're going to do it together. So good to see everybody here. Spindle like Stort, hello. Batsion, Zwork, hello. Is this a common thing? Kind of hard to explain. Hello. Money Jigga. Okay, let's do this. Let me get my earbuds set up. Hair's a little wet, but we'll be okay. And then we'll get started. You will solo fund you having a second monitor. Why stop there? Why not a second house? How about not only a first and a second yacht? How about a first and second cool million? Yeah? More energy efficient. It's not just about energy efficiency, it's all I got, mate. Okay, let's do this. Let me get my thing pulled up here and that. Oh, I'm so excited for today's stream, y'all. It's gonna be so much fun. I'm like, yeah. And my wife. Oh, I had the greatest idea the other day. Okay, anyway, hang on 1 second. Okay. And we are good. I see money in chat, so I assume we are good. Okay, let's do this. Oh, that's loud. Ow, that was loud. Hello. How's it going?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're good.
There we go.
How's it going?
Do I need to stream while we do this?
Do you need to what?
Can I swing the stream off and then?
You can turn the stream off. Yeah, I mean, the worst case scenario is like my Discord stream quality becomes literally like can't see it, and then you have to have the stream. But usually we can survive without it. So we'll see.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm excited, man.
Okay, I am too. I'm looking through your forms because you submitted one after the Overwatch 2 opening as well. Let me skim through these a little bit here. But you got what? Okay, so first off, the question is, why did you get coaching?
So I think you might remember I messaged you like a couple months ago, but you were doing all your OWL stuff, and you recommended me to Temporal, and that was awesome. Like I've pretty much gained a rank within like a month, and it was awesome.
Pressure's on for me, I guess.
Yeah, the pressure's on for you. If I don't hit GM in the next like 2 months,
dang it.
Temporal's the better coach. I'm sorry.
Crap, man.
No. I mean, it was an easier SR to gain. Like I was just coming back from Overwatch. Like I played a lot back in like university days, like 2017, 2018, and then kind of took some years off and then came back. So I had a pretty good amount of experience. So it was more about like climbing back to where I was.
Right.
And so the reason I was getting coaching is one, well, probably primarily like getting coaching just makes it more fun. Like getting coaching from Temporal was very eye-opening, where like I'm dying, and a lot of times I just die, and I'm like, what the fuck? I just like died. And when you get coaching, you're like, oh, well, you mistimed that. You didn't go in with, you didn't have line of sight with your Ana. You didn't like whatever it was, and it just makes the game much more fun because it's more fun to understand what's happening, and it's not fun to not understand what's happening. So that's like primarily what I'm kind of why I'm getting coaching.
Okay.
Secondly is just like I'd really like to get to Masters, and because I'm enjoying Overwatch 2 so much, I think I want to push to GM eventually. So I'm pretty close to Masters. Like I've been like hovering on it for the last like 3 weeks.
Okay.
I'm at like Diamond 1 right now, and
awesome. That's awesome.
So like I'm like right on the cusp basically.
Okay, so you're saying I just have to basically give you a lucky streak, and then I'm the greatest coach of all time.
Yeah, basically, man.
Sick.
If you can give me good teammates for the next couple weeks, we're good to go.
Okay, so you say that. So it's kind of interesting though, because I don't know how this has changed recently, but your first form basically specified that you only played 2 or 3 games a day. Has that changed? I assume.
Yeah, since Overwatch 2 has changed.
Okay.
the first we had DM'd about this like I had like really bad mental game. Like I like tilted a
Yes,
lot
I see that in your
in
form.
Overwatch 1. And that was definitely like my biggest uh hindrance, I guess is
Yeah.
what you could say. Like it was definitely what was holding me back the most because I'd be like very chill, very cool, and then like but I could only last like 3 games before I just like wasn't having fun. It was getting tilting.
Right.
And
Okay.
in Overwatch 2, I've played for like I don't know however long it is, almost a week now, and I've basically played it more than anything else I've done basically. And I
Hopefully a
like
little
haven't gotten
less than
tilted at all.
sleeping, but yeah.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I've just enjoyed it a lot more, and I haven't really had any tilt issues. And then, like what we talked about, was very helpful of
Over
just like,
DMs?
yeah,
Yeah.
like writing down, like I kind of did two things, and it helped. But I think most of all, Overwatch 1 was just really not fun to play. But I think that was like a big problem for me. It was just not very much fun, and Overwatch 2 is a lot of fun. And so that solved a lot of my problems. But just like writing down when I got like tilted, and then writing down like a reason.
Yeah.
So like I got tilted because Hog hooked me, and then
Yeah.
like watching the quick like 30 seconds and just be like, oh, I could have positioned like on this
Yeah.
high ground instead of that high ground and I would have gotten hooked or like whatever. And then that just like kind of trains your mind to think more analytically and less just like, oh, I got screwed.
It sounds like
I'm
you'd
getting
especially get
scammed.
frustrated when you didn't understand what you needed to do or what you did wrong. So like
Definitely.
raw
Yeah.
ignorance was tilting to you.
Yeah. And I think also just like a lack of control. Like
Yeah.
Overwatch 1 took away so much control very often. Like you were just if you made a mistake, you didn't just die. You like didn't control your hero for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
it was very frustrating to have that happen. In Overwatch 2, that doesn't really happen.
Oh,
It's
certainly a
much
lot less. Yeah.
yeah.
Agreed. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm pulling up your replay code. Is it Gibraltar?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So a lot of interesting tidbits in there. I think what you were saying about like the loss of control and the lack of like, it's definitely a big thing with tilt. I mean, this isn't necessarily something that you were struggling with, but a common mistake that we see a lot of newer players kind of struggle with is like, you know, even older players is struggling with tilt in terms of blaming teammates, right? Where it's like, I can't help what my teammate does. So when I perceive them as being the reason why we lose, it's very tilting. And for you, it was, I don't really know what I need to be doing here. So I don't know when that hooks me, it's like, what do I do? You know, like it just feels completely out of my hands. And so having a lack of control is very, very, very frustrating. So it's all about either reframing what's not in your control as being something that you can kind of ignore and bypass and learning tricks on how to do that. Or it's understanding that there is a lot more within your control than you think. I think both can be true, right? So for you, it's about, I mean, obviously in Overwatch 2, it's been a little bit easier, but we'll be able to put more factors into your control, educate you a little bit more, give you some goals, some things that you can focus on controlling, and then also reinforce the importance of, okay, if it's not within your direct control, you can't worry about it. Easier said than done, but that's the goal anyway. So you have a little bit of an interesting experience though. So you've been playing Overwatch since season 3 or 4, but you haven't hit Masters yet. So,
I hit Masters.
Oh, you did?
Like I kind of have like 2 careers now. Like I took like 2 years off and I peaked at like 3,800 or something.
Okay.
But that was on like console and I was like,
why did you
I don't
take
know.
time
It
off?
was I just started playing other games. Like
Just wasn't as fun for you anymore?
Yeah, I got really busy in just like life too, like business
Gotcha.
stuff and like job stuff, and Overwatch is like a very resource intensive thing. Like when
Okay.
you're playing Overwatch, it's very you're not really relaxing like when you're playing comp at least.
Yes.
And so I kind of ended up moving to like either other games like the few times that I did have like real intensive time or just like chill, like just kind of like games that I wasn't taking as seriously.
Right.
And at one point I just like stopped playing video games completely because I was just too busy with other like just business stuff and everything like
Yep, I
that.
hear you.
So
That was me during the Overwatch League season, ironically. This year I literally just didn't touch. I literally did not play a quick play or arcade game for like 4 months.
right.
Yeah. So I hear you.
Yeah. So that's pretty much that's why I took some time off. I mean,
Gotcha.
so like yeah, I hit pretty high but I don't really like include it because it was like so long ago and it was like on console, and I don't know, it doesn't, I feel like a completely different player, right? Like I
Yeah,
took
I hear
enough
you.
time off that like my skill set was not completely reset, but it was pretty close. Like
Different
I
game,
came
different
back and
situation.
placed like 2600. Like
Gotcha, gotcha.
it's
Okay, that's
like
good to know. That's good to know.
yeah. So I've climbed up like pretty good since then, and I climbed like really fast through Plat, but it took me, I'm just saying that because it like reset my skills to a pretty drastic amount.
I see. I see.
And the game changed a lot too, right? Like back
Yes.
then, it was like Winston was a must pick. Like
Yeah.
like Winston was just like if your team wasn't diving, you just didn't win. Like
Yeah.
there wasn't really a way around it. And so that's really the reason I'm a monkey one trick is like back then that was all I could really play because I like played on some teams and stuff, and there just aren't really monkey mains.
Have you tried other
I don't-
tanks, like with any
yeah,
seriousness?
yeah, I've got like not recently, so not in this like second spurt. In the
Yep.
first spurt, I played probably roughly the same amount of Ryan as Winston.
Mm-hmm.
And then like even before that, a little bit of Diva.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
and so like I don't know, I guess that's one of my questions. I think as you can see is just like
Yes.
I'm feeling. Temporal had a good video on like the tank triangle, I think is what he called it, but like. I actually feel
Your
like one
content has
tricking
been
harder in
top-notch.
Overwatch
Tank
2
main going
because
Genji flex
when
for
I'm playing
OW2
against like
thanks to
certain
your
tanks, I don't
content.
have that off tank to like support me. Like if I'm
Mm-hmm.
playing against the Hog, I don't have the Diva to like matrix
Yes.
me, or I don't have the Zarya to bubble me or anything like
Yes.
that. So it's like all on me, and it's just like I don't really have the tools to like counter
Yeah,
like
that's a
Hog
good point.
or like Diva.
It often was that off
Um,
tank that countered the counters, like the Zarya
right,
bubble, the
exactly.
Diva. Yeah, exactly.
Right, and it's actually like a pretty common like the other problem I have is Overwatch 1. The big thing like Temporal helped me with was actually coordinating with my off tank,
Mm-hmm.
because like as you can kind of tell by my history, like I never really played double bubble. Like I never really played Winston Zarya. I only played Winston Diva, and that's really just like dived really hard, and like it's like target selection and stuff like
Yep.
that. But I didn't really need to think very hard about like how to coordinate with a Diva. Like it was
Mm-hmm.
kind of it's intuitive. Whereas Zarya, I had to be like in her line of sight. I had to make sure that I was timing it right. Like there was more
Right.
to it. And I feel like that was a big gain in SR for me, was just literally like learning how to coordinate with my Zarya, because I had a
Right.
Zarya quite often. And so just learning how to do that like climbed a lot of my SR. And now I go to Overwatch 2 and I don't really have that like framework to like
Yeah.
that strategy that I was working off of. And
Yep.
so now my strategy is basically just like jump in really hard, be in my line of sight of Ana, try and like just cleave as many people as I can and get out. Like it's like there's no
Very
like actual
one-dimensional.
framework.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah.
so it makes me very inconsistent, right? When I play like Diva Reaper, I can't do that, and then I'm not doing anything.
Yeah.
Or when I like in the game, like we have pulled up here, I played against Diva, Soldier, and Kree, and so I got like I would take a bunch of poke damage coming in, and I wouldn't be able to just like stay, and I just like struggled to like keep that going.
Okay.
This is like my biggest issue. I noticed this with Temporal too. When I didn't have like a full understanding of the game, or like when to play, how to play with Zarya, how to play with Diva, how to play with the Hog, how to play against the Hog, how to play like when I didn't have all this full understanding of like how to play, I was very inconsistent. So I'd have
Okay.
games where I'd go like 0-10, and then I have other days where I'm like 10-0, and it just completely had to do with like the comps that I was playing with, the comps I was playing against, and I didn't really have a lot of flexibility. I'm
Right.
noticing that now in Overwatch 2, where like very inconsistent, where if I'm playing like a Zarya and like a Genji, I'm just dominating. Like I'll win like 70-80% of the games. But when I play like a team that's like minorly or majorly countering Monkey, I struggle a lot. And I don't know if
Right.
that means I should just learn Diva, or should learn Rhine, or should learn some other tank, or if I just need to get good. Like I don't know.
I think you can look at the answer as being both. No, what I can say is I will soft recommend, but I don't think it's going to be crucial, is maybe experiment a little bit more with other tanks, and see what tank is there that works in those situations. I don't think that's the solution. I think you need to see if there is indeed another tank that you really, really, truly enjoy. I think being able to two trick it significantly improves your ability to, like, your well-roundedness as a tank, and I don't think it takes a ton from your ability to improve at any one tank either. So in other words, if you pick up a Zarya, you love Zarya, oh my gosh, I didn't know this hero was so much fun in Overwatch 2, or oh my gosh, I love Jungle Queen, what is this hero? Their abilities feel so satisfying to play, right? We got a new tank hero coming up in December too, sounds like, as well. So maybe that's the hero for you. I don't think there's anything wrong with one-tricking on Monkey whatsoever, but I think I'm more concerned whenever I bring this up to any one-trick I'm going to coach. Have you tried the other heroes? Have you expanded? Have you tried how Ball feels? Have you tried how the new Rhine feels? Right. And if ultimately the goal is that, or the conclusion is that after I try them, they're fun, but Winston's just so much more fun, then go one trick. Because that leads to my next point, is while that might help you a little bit with these problems and you're being hard countered, what we're going to do in this review is we're going to give you some solutions that are going to allow you to figure out those counter situations a lot more simply. We're going to help your mindset with those significantly so that you're not reliant off the off tank, especially because the thing that you said in your review and in your things is, I'm not really interested in joining teams, I just want to climb the GM. Okay, so you aren't relying on anybody, you're only reliant on yourself. You need to be the carry. You need to find out what I need to do in these hard counter compositions if I don't have another tank that I want to swap to, and we can fix that.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that I'm against, like before we move on, I wouldn't say that I'm like against learning D.Va or Rhine.
Okay.
I think the other tanks I've like tried, and I just like, I don't have good enough aim really to like make it enjoyable, and I don't really want to grind aim trainers. Like,
sure, that's fine.
I just didn't. I enjoy Rhine and D.Va enough that I think I could like get good enough. The problem is I've like one-tricked Monkey so long that like I might be like a 3400 Monkey and like a 2600 D.Va.
Yeah.
And so like I don't really know, like I don't know if it's really worth it to like take away the time to like learn these other heroes to make up for like 1500 hours of Monkey or something.
I hear what you're saying. So that's going to be kind of like the risk versus reward. That's why when I was saying picking up another tank, it's going to have to be a tier hero that you really, really love, so that like as much or as close to as much as Monkey. So maybe we get you to Masters one tricking Monkey, and then you're like, oh, let's try this other hero. I really want to play this other hero, and then you tank back to Diamond again, but you don't mind as much just because you're having so much fun playing. That was me when I shifted my hero pool way back in like season 13 or something crazy like that. I dropped playing main tanks, and I picked up Ana, and I tanked 500 SR, and it kind of sucked, but I actually had so much fun playing Ana that I didn't mind as much. And maybe that's something for you. But yeah,
I could definitely do that with even Rhine.
Yeah,
like I said, I've got a lot of hours on Rhine.
But like, potentially, I mean, if you're like, I just want to play Monkey, then I go for it. I really do think that Monkey is a fine tank in 99.9% of the circumstances, and even the circumstances where he's not, we'll give you some stuff to help you with that. So let me start my stream here. Do you have any other questions?
Not really. Yeah,
Okay.
I think just the main point is that inconsistency versus
we can help with that.
Versus different options will be very, very helpful.
Okay, perfect. So let's take a look at this. So I'm gonna change my scene. We're already set up. Are you good to go? Can you see all this?
Yep.
Like I said, the bit rate might be a little bit blurry during mid-fight stuff, so just holler if it is. Let me check my audio. It might be a little loud. I think it's okay. Okay, so what is Monkey good at? What would you say is your hero's strength?
I would say he's good at creating space by either bubbling off healers or by using taking attention, basically.
Sure. Okay. So if you were to look at the enemy composition, though, who's the most attention that you can take by engaging them?
Probably D.Va and Ana.
Okay. How do you do versus D.Va in a 1v1?
Not good.
Okay. How do you do versus Ana in a 1v1?
Mediocre.
Okay.
Depending on how if I like can block the sleep, I'm pretty good.
It's a skill check, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of value if you can play it well, right? High risk, high reward, but yeah. What about Soldier?
I think in like a 1v1, I'm very good against Soldier.
Genji?
I think very good against Genji as well.
Okay. So the key thing for you is definitely going to be finding ways to engage on those targets, and it really is often that simple. You need to find people that are high risk or excuse me, high reward or very easy to get pressure on, and then consistently get pressure on them when your team can capitalize off of that pressure and while taking as little damage as possible. It's that simple. So if you were to play up against, like, let's say the enemy composition was, there's no Ana, there's no soldier. Let's say this is Moira Reaper, and they've got like a Widowmaker instead of a Genji. What's the priority for you?
Probably Widow.
Yeah, find the Widow. Make her life miserable. Do you want to be on top of a Reaper?
No, definitely not.
No.
The problem with that 1v1 would be the Widow would be so far behind that I don't know if I could actually get to her.
See, so this is the thing, though. This is where you have to be dynamic with your playstyle. You brought up a little bit of a yellow flag. I would even say a little bit of an orange flag when you said, I'm very binary. I just look to jump in, create space within my Ana's LOS. There's an entirely different playstyle of Monkey that's not so direct, that is more about indirectly creating space, and either by doing one of two things: by finding flanks and angles that you can control from your DPS. In other words, I can control a high ground that my soldier or my Genji or my Widowmaker can control, almost like a diva, like protecting that space. And then the other one is play like a tracer, or play like a wrecking ball. Like you are legitimately hard flanking. And as long as you don't take damage, that's an opportunity to stage. And the reason why I bring that up, even though the enemy composition doesn't have that scenario where I can't dive their Reaper, right? It's because that tool set, that knowledge set, is something that is very applicable even versus comps like this where just diving is probably going to get value. For example, if I'm coming here and I get the opportunity to either dive the soldier Ana from here, or to be able to get from behind and dive the soldier Ana from this angle here, which one's better?
Second angle, for
Why?
sure. Because I take less poke damage coming
Right.
in.
And it's not just about why do you take less poke damage? Let's pursue that trail
out of line of sight.
Yes.
Out of line of sight until I'm actually in shooting
There's a
range.
surprise factor. Do you see that? There's a surprise. It's just simply a shock factor. It's a jump scare on the enemy team, which means that you're going to be getting either more pressure, more panic from the enemy team, or you're more likely to get a kill. They're going to react slower. Yeah. So the problem is, unlike Ball, you don't always have the opportunity to go for long, hard flanks like this, because what's the difference between you and Ball, would you say? What's the biggest difference?
He has a lot more just like solo sustain. I need my teammates more to sustain.
He's faster. He doesn't have a head when he's rolling. He can get his E. He can get health packs faster. You are a little bit more reliant on your team support. And if somebody finds you and pokes you out, that's GG's, right? Right. But it's something to look for. And the other thing you have to keep in mind too is that your zap gun is not just used for dive combos. It can also make you a lot easier when it comes to dueling, things like that. So I want you to understand that. We'll talk a little bit about it, and let's play it out.
The like stealthy monkey style, I used to play like very hard flanks, and like I used to play like that. And it was one of the things like Temporal really like fixed, because of like I wasn't like if you go on a really hard flank with the Zarya, like you don't get the bubble, and the Zarya doesn't get charged, and so it's obviously really bad. And I've thought about going to that style again in Overwatch 2, but I worry that like the enemy tank is so strong, if I'm not just like going in and like cleaving 4 people, like the enemy tank is going to do that to my team, and then like I won't have time to like go on these long flanks. Like the entire time I'm like hiding and like going on the out of line of sight and stuff. I feel like their tank is just demolishing my team, and it like gives me anxiety to make these like out of the fight for 5-10 seconds to set up this flank, while their tank is just like in the fight smashing my supports. Like gives me anxiety. I'm not sure if that's the wrong
timing,
way to look at it.
Well, the timing is crucial. You're definitely right about that. If you're going on these hard flanks mid-fight, if that flank doesn't pay off in a big way, you might have just trolled the lobby, right? So if you don't have time to set up for it, then it is about finding the most value you can get right now. I agree with you there.
Okay.
But the goal has to be, when the team fight starts, what's the most pressure that we possibly can get? And we answer that question, at least with this composition, from the very get-go. It's, can I get on top of that Ana? Can I get on top of that soldier? And not only can I get on top of them, but can I do the most damage, the most pressure, the most kill threat while taking the least amount of damage? Now, as we discussed, jumping from here, if you have the opportunity to jump from here, this does all of those things better. Less damage, more damage from you, more kill threat, if you can get it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So it's about finding that balance. If I can set up that sort of a play, then I go for it. If I cannot, then I do not. And that's going to be the judgment for you. Look at the enemy composition, look at the team fight, and see, do I have the time or do I need to go for that play? Sometimes you just have to go for it, right? This kind of situation, there's a little bit more flexibility. Let's go to your POV.
Yeah, I get one.
That's unfortunate. What on earth just happened? How did your Moira just die?
This was a completely. This is a
How's the audio for you, by the way? Is it okay?
The bit rate's pretty bad, but I can make it work.
Okay.
I can make it work.
I might consider bubbling here. I'm kind of spooked. Or I might consider going to spawn, actually. You really need to heal up.
I don't think I did.
Yeah. See, this right here, in a nutshell, is really, really intelligent from their diva. What's she doing?
She's making sure that, like, my heals... Like, I'm staying low, so my healer has to keep pocketing me?
Yeah, she's playing in front of her Soldier LOS, in front of her Ana LOS, her Genji's getting value right now. She knows that what is the most value that diva can get. She can peel really well, or what is she good in 1v1s?
Just doing a lot of damage?
Yeah, you're a big, fat, ugly target. She can do a lot of damage on you. So guess what? That's what she's doing.
Right.
So then
I actually thought that playing. I was like,
Yeah.
I wish this diva would just go sit on high ground.
So
like
then what's your
person.
so then what's your goal?
I think
Simply
you were
put.
right. I should have just like jumped out. I should have just gotten healed and like disengaged completely.
You don't
and
like
I just
this.
Never did.
Yeah, you don't like this very much. This is really rough. Ooh. I mean that's it right there, right? So just a little bit of knowledge to think about. Okay.
Yeah, I just greeted like not going back to spawn basically.
That's fine.
I should have just gone back to spawn.
Okay. Is this okay? You're not flanking, right? You're just doing the direct jump. So is this okay?
I think it's okay because I was able to do it without taking like tons of damage on the way in.
Well, not only that, but also what? Let's watch. What do you see right here? What do you see?
No diva?
No diva, but also look at red.
Genji and Sombra?
Yeah. Is the fight starting right now?
Yes.
Do you have time necessarily to go set up the perfect flank?
No.
No. You need to fight now. So therefore, what do you do?
Just go in right now.
You just go right now. Right. Kind of what we talked about, right? Yeah, you see what I'm saying? It's that simple. Now, in terms of micro here, I would like a right click charged up as you had jumped in. I don't know if you did that. I don't think you did.
I don't think I did. I know I need to get into the habit of doing it. I just
That's okay.
haven't.
It's free damage, essentially, because it's going to, even if you don't fully charge, it's like an extra little bit of a combo there. So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. How should I, how do I say this? Like, when I'm making that jump, so to do like the full combo, you basically have to like shoot the person pretty like high up in the air so that you can hit your melee. But should I not?
You don't
like,
have
should
to
I
hit your melee.
prioritize? Okay, so I should just like should prioritize hitting the shot
hitting the charge shot and then landing into zaps. The two most important things you can do with your combo are number 1, landing that right click, and number 2, landing on the target for damage, for raw damage, right? We're not talking about jiggle peeking with Anas with sleep. I'm just talking raw damage, right click, landing. The melee doesn't actually do any more DPS, as I'm sure you know. It just saves you a little bit of ammo. And then obviously like zapping when you do land is the priority, but you don't need me to tell you that. So just prioritizing getting the right click and landing on the target and then zap. The melee, if you miss it, it doesn't matter that much, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It's not higher DPS. It's marginal ammo conservation. It's not a big deal.
It's just a little bit more burst though, right? Like...
A little bit more. But only on armored targets. On non-armored targets, there is actually no increase in DPS. Well, there's an increase in burst, like there's an instance of damage right there, but then don't forget your melee has an animation to finish. So then there's a brief downtime. So if you don't kill them with that melee on a squishy, then it wasn't necessarily worth doing. It would have just been okay to zap.
Okay, so that's why the priority would be to shoot the person,
Yes.
even if you have to like land or like right as you land you shoot them.
Right.
That's better than like giving up the charge shot to
Exactly.
like punch
The charge shot is so important because it's literally free damage that you wouldn't be doing otherwise. So you need to land
okay,
it.
I follow, yeah.
Yeah. The only thing I will say is I believe on armored targets, melee still does slightly more DPS, but only slightly because now armor is just a flat percentage reduction and it doesn't reduce on instances of damage. So without breaking down the math, melee is still okay. There is an advantage to melee, but it's not worth prioritizing so much that you miss up your charge shot.
Okay.
Make sense?
That's cool.
Okay.
That's cool, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is what we love to see. What is nice about this? What just happened on your screen?
The diva left.
The diva freaking left. Okay, so you have to give up the nice high ground angle for an engage because you need healing. Totally fine. It's all about the hierarchy of needs, right? We talk about all these advanced level flank concepts, but if your team is engaging, engage with your team. If you're low HP, get healed. Those things are more important than anything else that I'm gonna tell you. Okay, you get healed, the diva has left. Now, this is it, right? This is what Monkey's great at.
Yep.
Probably could have greeted your bubble there a little longer. You already heard sleep dart, so there's really no reason to bubble until you really need to. And then probably just engage this, unfortunately. I mean, everything looked pretty good from your end, but your backline got traded, and so even this, right, like this is going to be a little bit of a potential stagger. Better team there kills you, so.
Probably should have just not gone for the mega and either gotten out or died right away.
Yeah. Okay, again here, like what's the plan?
My team is in, so I need to be in. But first get healed. Or don't get healed.
Where is your Ana here, actually? Did she just not heal you? Was she reloading?
I don't...
Oh, she was healing your Genji. Your Genji was critical. I think it's okay that you jump here. It's just a safe jump, right? You should be okay.
I think you can tell, like, I was, like, thinking about, like, jumping or not jumping, and, like, it was clear that it was...
Right. So I want to ask you a question right now. When your team is... So what do you need to be aware of at this exact point in time?
Where
Two things.
Team is?
Where your team is. Why is that impactful right now?
Because my Ana is still way back there.
Not just your Ana. Look at your Genji. You see?
But yeah,
look at your
pretty much everybody is not really engaged.
You need to play... I would have sat here and gotten a little bit of information before I engaged, because let's watch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds is now a better time to engage.
Yeah, and I'm already in, and I think I have to use primal.
You're already in, and look at your HP, right? 83. Not good.
Yeah, I think this is like a mental like lapse of mine that when I'm in Overwatch 2, I feel like I just like have to always be doing something, or the other tanks could outdoing me. And so I just like always try and do something.
Let me go to the other tank's POV.
Like doing nothing,
Yeah, she's doing nothing too, right? She's waiting for y'all to set up, and then she's gonna start pressuring you.
Right. I just like rush it so much in Overwatch 2. Like,
I agree.
Just so much.
But this is an easy fix. This is okay. Let me put it this way: it's a simple fix. It's not an easy fix. It's gonna take a lot of effort on your end and consistency to improve. But this is something that you can directly look at in a replay code and be like, was my engage timing, was my team like actually set up and ready to go? It doesn't have to be perfect, right? Like I think your Ana is so far behind that you might have to just go a little bit before she's set up, right? Don't let the enemy perfect be the enemy of good, but this isn't good, right? This is not good by any means. The other question I have for you,
probably better to engage on top of blue from the high ground instead of on the payload.
I 100% agree. I don't think dropping the payload was a player, because that kind of leads into my next question here. Let's actually look at what you do. So the timing of what you did was not good, but then let's actually look at what you do. You're very hungry on this Ana, right? But what's the problem with the Ana?
I'm just getting shot by Diva.
Diva's torching you. So I'm not saying that going for Ana is bad when there's Diva in front of you, but what's the problem with this situation? Let's just look for 2 seconds.
Yeah,
and
100% of the attention is on me.
Right. So what's your better option here? Let's say this was timed better. What's your better option?
If if it was timed better and like the Somber and Genji were on like the high ground looking down, probably I could actually like engage on the Ana, like
No,
jump in
that's
or
not still
something
not the
like
best. Still not the best solution.
that.
Look carefully.
Soldier
Yeah.
on the high ground?
Yeah, he's dead meat. He's done.
The
What's
diva
the-
won't just fly and
Doesn't
shoot
matter.
me?
Doesn't matter. Of course she's gonna fly and shoot you, but what's the difference?
She's getting shot as well.
Well, she might be getting shot as well, but you've just forced her to use her boosters. You notice that?
But I engage with both my jump and my bubble, so
Sure, sure.
like a
But do you
fair
really?
trade.
But do you care about that?
I think so.
I mean, what are you about to have this fight?
Primal,
Yeah.
so I can just dive the soldier and
Yeah.
then okay.
Because the other problem here is the fact that by going on the Ana, you're like, oh well, I'll have my jump. Do you really think that your jump matters now? No, you just got you got sandblasted, and you're gonna end up primaling anyway. Now I get that Ana is a priority target, but to me, it's without overthinking the details here. I'm playing a monkey. I have a diva in my face, and I have a wide open squishy by himself. I'm sorry, that's just who you need to jump. I don't care if this is a Widowmaker or a Hanzo. I don't care if it's a Baptiste or a Zenyatta. It's a solo squishy without a diva in front of him, and with the Lucio. By the way, also look at the Lucio, right? Lucio's on top of his Ana as well. This is a free kill. And if it's not a free kill, what do you do by jumping him? What does he have to do?
He has to run, and the diva gives up a ton of space.
The diva gives up space. The soldier gives up space. And who is more likely to kill your team this fight?
Soldier.
Soldier. Why? What's his positioning?
Because he has high ground and nobody can really contest him.
The Ana is not a big threat to you right now. The soldier is. If the roles were reversed, I would want you to jump the Ana.
Right. I get scared with these kind of jumps. I think I'm just like used to having more peel or something like.
Sure.
Because I like notice the soldier and I'll just be like, oh, but like everybody will dive me if I jump there and I won't be able to survive. And ironically, what I did instead, I didn't survive.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like when you jump away from the clump off to an angle, if you were to jump the soldier here, if he just drops and runs away, you've got options. You can stay on high ground.
Yeah.
You can tuck inside this corner.
Yeah.
You can tuck here. You can just sit on high ground, right? And just avoid, and like, look at their LOS. Yes, the diva will fly at you and try and melt you. But that's pretty much it, right? That's pretty much it. Whereas where you are here, right?
You're right.
Look at all that damage. Like it's everybody on their team is focusing you right now outside of that soldier for a brief period of time. So I understand that you're thinking, oh, I can save my jump and get out. But like with the primal rage, that is no longer a concern. It is about what is the most value that I can get right now. And that's a split angle that is just, I mean, she might even live this. Okay, she doesn't. But now that's, look what that soldier has done.
Yeah, soldier's putting on work.
Soldier is totally free. Totally free. And you're thinking, man, I did so much this fight. Well, duh. Anybody can just press Q and press M1 and hold the buttons down, right? But the person with the best position has just killed 3.
Right.
And this is what you're best at. This is what you're absolutely best at. Is not just killing squishies, but killing split squishies because of your mobility.
Yeah, you're totally right.
Okay.
The soldier was definitely a play.
This is.
I need to like actually learn to see these things because I just like in the split second I just see soldier and I'm just scared.
You will.
And
You'll learn.
Think about it.
You'll learn. We're gonna keep bringing it up because here's the thing. What we talked about, like the Roadhog Reaper comps, this is even more important. Yeah. Because this is no longer a diva. This is now a diva and a Reaper, right? That you definitely can't face tank. You must clear the splits because that's the only flipping thing you can do. is take away
Right.
all the space from the enemy team and avoid the clump, because you're going to get mauled, right? The key thing with tank in Overwatch 2 is, and here's your soundbite. The key thing with tanking in Overwatch 2 is just because you can doesn't mean you should. You're going to be able to do probably almost anything you want as a tank in Overwatch 2, but that's not the question. The question needs to be, what's the most valuable thing that I can do? I can play Orisa and Winston and pick any target and kill it, essentially, right? But at the meantime, I'm thinking like, oh, I'm killing 6, but meanwhile, the enemy tank is doing the better and more valuable, more efficient thing and killing 3, while I'm killing 1, right? Like right now, I would say their diva has done probably as much or more than you this fight, despite not showing up in the kill feed as much. So you really have to know your hero strengths. You have to know your hero strengths. Your hero strength is not just to dive in. Your hero strength is to dive in on what, right? And then, as we said earlier, when, right? Remember, that was leading up to that engage.
Right. What do you think of like a thought process? So like I played a map that there was this Sojourn that I'd played against like 4 games in a row, and he just demolished every game. Like clearly higher SR than the lobby.
Okay.
And I started just being like, okay, it doesn't matter what I do. If that guy is alive, he's gonna kill everybody. Like it's just like oh, and so I just started just hard focusing this Sojourn, and I didn't win the game, but like the guy was basically taken out of the game.
Are you good at dueling Sojourns?
I think it's like kind of mediocre. It depends how I'm able to engage. If I'm able to engage without jump, I'm pretty good. If I can engage, but if I have to engage with jump, it's kind of weak. I'm not really speaking specifically to Soldier, and I'm more speaking like specifically to the thought process of like who's their carry and like stopping their carry. Like here, it was clearly the Soldier with a high ground, and attack visor was the carry.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn on it. I'm kind of torn on it. I mean, I feel I don't like teaching habits just to try and beat an identified carry, because to be perfectly frank with you, unless you've played against that player like 4 games in a row, your ability to identify carries probably sucks. I've seen silver players just pop off in the right moment and they're identified as Smurf. I mean, my wife's a perfect example. Every other game, she's either getting told to swap off or getting accused of smurfing, right? So, but if you're really sure, there's nothing wrong with playing it, especially if it is a hero like a soldier or maybe a sojourn if you can engage on her, that you're good against, right? It's just kind of reinforcing what you need to be doing. But if you've got a Smurf Reaper on the enemy team, do I want you to be focusing the Reaper or focusing on killing off his backline?
Of course
right?
not.
I'm not so sure, So unfortunately, the answer is not really an answer. This seems good. Again, this is just like what you're good at, right? That Genji was split, forces dash, isolate him. There's nothing really fancy about this one. This fight was basically won before the fight even started, but there's nothing wrong with what you're doing at all. I mean, I would honestly just chase him.
I thought about it, but I just...
There's a little bit of micro here I'm noticing. I'm not normally a huge micro guy, but I'm going to be with you. What should you be doing right now?
I should already be diving.
Well, not just diving, but focus the micro. The micro. You're right. You're 100% right.
Charging the right click?
Charging the right click. Right now, already charge a right click. Right now. Should already be charged. Bang.
I gotta get in the habit of that.
All right, charging right click right now. Oh, there's a target. Charge right click. Bang. Charge right click and a peek around the corner. Ready? Yeah. Bang. And then right now. Okay, I'm gonna go for that Genji. Charge right click. Bang. Right?
Yeah. Instead of waiting to hear and only getting like shots.
Exactly.
Should I ever like worry about charging the right click and then not having ammo?
Yes, that's always a concern, but it's a lot like Zenyatta's right click, where you're constantly charging that right click for the start of the fight, and then once the fight actually starts, you basically charge right click, reload, charge right click, reload, charge right click, reload, and then the one time where that charge right click actually is hitting something in the fight starting, then you don't reload, and you're only down the 10 ammo.
That's good.
So what you do is
I'm always kind of conflicted. I'm like, I could charge, I could not charge, and then I don't get in the habit of just regularly charging. Now,
obviously, there will be times where maybe you get caught in the reload animation at the start of the fight, but that's going to be the minority of situations, and the value from just having that consistent right click available is going to outweigh that one. For example, like right now, your right click can be charged, you hit the Genji, start charging start reloading and close the distance, charge another right click, hit it, and then you're going to be on top of it.
Yeah.
You can't
Also,
deflect
like,
it, and
right
try and
clicks.
fully charge it too. 50 damage, so that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, people sleep on it. If you hit it on a squishy, especially a flanker, like a Genji, Tracer, Sombra, even a soldier, if you hit a soldier with right click, he will heal station. If you hit a Genji with right click, he's going to ask for healing. If you hit him with a right click again, he's going to need to dash out. If you hit it with a Tracer, she's either going to need to get a health back or she's going to need to recall. The right click doesn't, unless you're landing it on a combo, isn't really big damage. It's more about just being a general nuisance to the enemy flankers. It's really,
like you said
really
in
annoying.
the Ask Velo, it's for clearing. I've been really trying to focus on that, and I've definitely seen what you mean. Like, Tracer's flanking the support, and you shoot her once, and then she's recalling it out.
Yeah.
It's like,
right now, if you hit the soldier with right click, you know, he's gonna have to jump.
it should just already be charged.
Duck behind the corner. Right.
Just,
Yeah. He's gonna duck behind the corner, and then he's gonna. Like, you're missing a lot of opportunities. The reason why I love it so much is because Winston was always one of those heroes for ADHD people that it's rough, you know, because there's so much, like, you're so strong, and then you don't have bubble, and then you're doing literally nothing. Well, now there's still a lot of that, but now you can actually feel like you're contributing a little bit, you know.
Right. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
It's clear that I've got, you know, X thousand hours on Winston, and I just haven't gotten used to having a sniper rifle.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's like you've actually reinforced the bad behavior because you've just played so many hours without it. It's hard to adjust with it, right?
Yeah.
Like, even now, like, charge right click. What if that Genji just turned the corner on you? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, right now, perfect example. If you hit that. Okay. I haven't commented a lot on, like, all this mess. I think you could have contributed on that fight in Mega instead of pushing cart. You probably would have died for it, but maybe you would have gotten a trade or two. Which in this map, getting a trade or two is, like, actually crucial because it's really important to try and get a couple of kills so that they don't hold plane, but it's not the end of the world. Again, right clicks on Genjis, right clicks on soldiers. You are so very focused. Okay, let's look at this again. Are you full HP? Yeah, ish. Not great, right? Would have liked to have been a little bit higher in HP, but I get it. I'm not going to nitpick it. Again, the right click charge on entry, right? And then shocking. You dive a solo soldier, the diva peels you. You were down 200 HP, 250 HP, not only 250 armor before you dove, and you survived. Incredible.
That's crazy.
Who would have thought?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Some guy on Twitch.
Some nerd, 5'9", dwarf. Yeah, that was good. That was executed in probably the worst possible way possible in terms of mechanics. Took so much damage at entry. You didn't hit the right click, and you just fumbled around like legitimately looked like it looked like a newborn kitten bumbling around. But you did your job. Right? Soldier is gone. Soldier had to give up positioning and then ended up running right into your Genji. Diva used boosters. Diva's not pressuring your backline or pressuring your Ana or pressuring anybody. And you're fine. Totally fine. There's Winston. Ladies and gentlemen. Good job. This Genji's such a rat.
Thank you, I think.
Yeah, exactly. That should be the goal in the VOD review. Think positive reinforcement? I think? I don't know. Okay. Is this bad, good? Because let me state, I'm gonna cheat for you just a little bit, all right? This, depending how you treat this jump, could be either good or very, very bad, depending on what happens. It's a very tenuous situation you're in right here. Right now, anything can happen. This could be perfect, this could be bad, this could be disastrous, this could be okay. What do you think? What's gonna make it bad? Or what could make it bad?
Extend too far out of line of sight and I don't get heals.
Right. Into who and what?
Into, I think, Diva and Soldier are both there.
I don't like this, right? As a monkey player, right? They're going to force your bubble, 100%, or chunk your HP.
Is forcing bubble here bad?
Yeah, I mean, is there a team fight happening right now? Is there any sort of engage from me? Is there any sort of engage from anybody on? I mean, really anybody right now? Genji's throwing shurikens.
No.
Look at your Lucio. Look at your Ana. Maybe your Sombra, right? But no, that you have just used the most impactful cooldown on either team on giving a diva a haircut. Right?
So what should I do instead?
You tell me.
Maybe the jump was fine, but not walking into the plane.
Why?
Because I don't want them to have that bridge, and so it's important to control that bridge.
Who do you not want to have that bridge? Do you really care if Diva sits here and looks like an idiot and does like 25 DPS? No. What did you just say? I interrupted you.
I would have said Diva and Soldier.
Okay.
I guess Diva isn't as scary. I feel like Diva sitting on the bridge isn't scary, but it's kind of like Monkey sitting like on a high ground and like can drop whenever.
That's true. So it's not the end of the world that you jumping here. You need to worry more about Soldier being here than anybody else. And Diva can create space for Soldier by being here.
Right.
And I agree with you. I think this is why I said this is tenuous. This jump here, even this right here, okay. But as soon as you cross that line and start to push into here, do you care if they're here?
No, and I'm never going to get the kill there. So.
And you're not going to get the kill, right? This is not favorable to you. And I ask you a question. Let's say your Sombras, Ana, Lucio, and Genji were with you, ready to take the team fight right here. This
Probably
still...
really getting a kill.
Right. This still would not be how you would get a kill or how you would clear space. Where would you want to be engaging from if you were really serious about clearing the space with your team?
Like either around the left, the little, like the top left, like going over the top, or going from bottom right.
Yeah, exactly. This gets kills.
Yeah.
This gets kills, like you were saying, right?
I see what you mean.
This does not.
What you mean.
This is again, it's not a it's just 1v1 phase tanking Diva, no good with Monkey. That simple. It's a 1v1.
Right. This was mostly like it's not a 1v1 if I don't walk into the plane then and I can get healed and the Genji can shoot her.
Exactly.
I still achieve the same goal.
Yes, 100%. And then you are ready to go when the committal happens. And here it's happening right now, right? Team fight's happening. Here it comes. Is this Soldier killable for you?
I don't have bubble.
And you don't have bubble. Exactly. You have Primal, so maybe you're okay. But now you're opening things up to Sleep Dart, you're opening things up to Nade, you would like to Greed. I mean, in all honesty, sometimes Primal isn't the best play either, right? Like, I would prefer to zap the Soldier than juggle him right now.
Yeah.
So this is exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah.
You should be going all in on that Soldier right now. Fight's happening. They've committed. Here it comes. Like, we are toe to toe waiting to fight off, right? You should be going all the way in, and you're still waiting on that stupid bubble. Okay. Now, let's analyze this jump here. And I want full honesty from you. Was this a good engage from you? This is going to be the moment of truth. Where you're going to show me that you've learned something or that you've learned nothing.
I think it was a good engage.
Why?
Because Ana is mostly isolated and they're down one and
don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. What's the biggest thing that stands out to you? You're just throwing me details because you're scared that one of them is not going to be enough.
Well, I mean, those are the reasons I think it's good.
Sure. Okay.
She being isolated is the primary reason.
I 100% agree. 100% agree. I think this is an excellent jump. Normally, I would be like, Soldier is up here and feeding and probably the most dangerous person on the enemy team. If you jump the Soldier right now, I would not be angry. I think it would be a good engage too. Totally fine. But the situation has changed to where you've just seen Diva use boosters. This Ana is now isolated. I mean, either one works, right? This is completely different.
And it's well timed, unlike the other
Exactly. That Diva's just committed. Right. Why is it well timed? What did that Diva just use, right?
My Ana has line of sight. The Diva's not going to be able to shoot me.
Yeah, 100%. The Diva's distracted
Ana's
by
more
Genji.
isolated than anything.
This is really quite good. This Ana should die.
Good until I get slayed.
That's okay. You know what? I will 10 times rather have you beefing mechanics, but you made the right decision because this is what you needed to work on. I don't even care if you lose this fight. I mean, I do care, but that was the right play. I will say this though. I'm actually curious. Oh.
Did he not die?
No.
Oh, he got nanoed.
Right. It's kind of funny how like this angle from the Diva actually ends up killing you, but I don't think that's really your responsibility. I don't think you could have done anything about it. I think mechanically, the way we can look at it is this target should have died. She should have died, and then if this target dies, maybe that Lucio dies after beat whatever. I think this is significantly better than what we were looking at though. Okay. Make sense?
Yeah. I follow what you
Got a
mean
question
there.
in chat. You tell me what you think. You're saying, I would have jumped onto the boxes. Does a direct jump like that not make a difference? What do you think?
I don't think jumping on the boxes really does anything here, because the reason you would jump to the high ground would be because it gives you more cover,
Mm-hmm.
and Ana's never going to do enough damage for you to really care.
Well,
And
it's
so
not
you'd
about the
prefer to
damage
get-
versus Ana, no? It's about
Well,
the cooldowns, right?
I guess that's true.
But,
I guess I just
but you have a
focused
bubble
that
here,
I
right?
can- I had bubble, yeah.
Yeah. So I think it depends. I can see either argument. I can see landing here and being like, oh, I want to try and bait a cooldown that I have better use of my bubble, but I could also say I really want to get that landing damage on it, and then I have bubble to play around with. Either one. Either one.
I don't know if it really matters that much here because she's so isolated. I think if she had more peel, jumping on the boxes is better.
Yeah, it would buy you more time to stay here, right? You could
Yeah.
stay here longer. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's an excellent point.
And probably cleave more people at the same time
right.
too,
Or-
because of a
or-
better angle.
What if you didn't have bubble here and you had primal?
Definitely on the stair or on the
You jump,
whatever you call
you
them,
jump,
boxes.
you duck, sleep dart, primal, right?
Yeah.
Or you could even
yeah.
jump, primal, and duck. I mean, that's what all the pros do, right? So yeah, great question. Alrighty. How do you take spaces, Winston?
How do I take spaces, Winston?
Yes.
I would say taking the attention of other people.
Okay. What if you can't do that directly? Like, let's say right here, they're running like Reaper Torg compositions, and if you use a jump onto any of these, even these split targets, you're probably going to die. How would you take space?
I don't know.
Why is Winston strong
just jumping
on
a specific like area of the map, like map control kind of jump?
Sure. Why was Winston
I don't
strong?
really feel like that's an answer.
Why is Winston strong in high ground maps?
Because he can take better routes to get on the back line easier, and because he has the athleticism to punish isolated targets.
I
Like
reviewed a Winston on Anubis in Overwatch 1 not long ago. Feels so long ago. And we talked about taking space without using jump, just by walking. Everybody talks about that one, right? But then the other thing, yeah, the other one is using jump to take space without actually jumping on a target. You see what I'm saying? So, like, let's say this Genji's not here. Let's say they're all taking angles here. The best solution might not be to jump onto the soldier. The best solution might be to jump onto the plane, 3, 2, 1, and peek then, over, and then now you've got your jump again, right?
Yeah. I remember that VOD, you told him to like jump across to point 2 and then like kite backwards, and like everybody would follow him.
Right.
I don't really do that.
Yeah.
I never really find the best times to do it, and the few times I've tried, I just get blown up.
Then that is something that you should be actively trying to review and/or practice, because that's going to be one of the biggest tools versus compositions that directly counter you.
And so that kind of thing would still be true in Overwatch 2, because I think I'm way over like emphasizing just in my mind like how much I have to do like in terms of damage. Like I just feel like I have to always be damaging, and that is resulting in a lot of these kind of really rookie mistakes.
Impatience, right? It's impatience, or it's more about you can do a lot of damage, but remember, if you're doing a lot of damage versus a composition that counters you, you're at a higher risk of dying, and you're baiting a lot more of your resources from your supports that might want to use it otherwise.
Right.
Whereas it's more about getting the maximum pressure by finding the maximum value of like and honestly with Winston, it's pretty simple. Usually it's about what is the most kill that I can do. It's that simple. You look at who's the target that I can kill the most, and then that's pretty much it. Like that's the matchup in a nutshell. So if you're jumping 3 or 4 people, but you're not like doing any serious kill pressure whatsoever, you might be baiting some resources, but you're probably also taking resources, and then your team's not really going to be getting a lot out of it. I want you thinking, I'm going to take space and I want to kill. And I want to kill when my team is in a position to push. And then if I can get a kill, that's going to be the most value that I can possibly get.
Yeah.
So like, let's see what we do here. Now, is this good kill pressure?
It's Yes.
Yes, I agree. I listen. I ask questions, and they're not always like passive aggressive commentary and like you're being an idiot. I want you to be thinking these things through. I don't just want.
Yeah. I understand. I've watched a lot of your VODs, man.
Okay, good.
I follow
Okay.
the thought
What's the
process.
only problem with this jump? Let's see if you can spot it.
I dropped bubble way too soon.
Yeah, but I understand it's an Ana. What's even bigger problem than that, if I do say so myself? Think micro.
No right click.
Yeah, no right click. That's a big deal versus targets like this. Big deal.
I didn't know it was that big of a deal, to be honest.
Nanos.
I've just like
yeah,
thought it's such
yeah.
a tiny amount of damage. I'm like, this thing sucks.
If you hit the nano right click, that's almost half of her HP gone.
That's a good point.
She would be.
I think about it
yeah.
like I think part of my problem is when I first got into Overwatch 2, I like tried to like use it a lot, and I would be putting too much like mental resources to using it and the like aiming.
Yes.
Like I'm bad at aiming, so like well,
I got bad news for you.
It takes a lot of thought process, and I need to learn.
You need to learn.
But I'm like,
well, let's put it this
it's
way.
just
Let's
like
put it this
not
way.
what I'm used to.
Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
Yes, it's going to make you play a little bit worse in other aspects of your play if you focus on the micro. But at the same time, when you do master it, it is going to increase your ceiling by a significant amount.
Yeah. It
so I think it's worth looking into, especially if you're talking about I want to OTP Winston. Okay, well then this is what you're going to have to learn to do. Even if it costs you a couple of ranks and 30, 40, 50 losses, you're going to have to be able to land this. This is a big deal. The other thing that they did, and I'm proudly flaunting this one, is they actually followed a little bit of my feedback for this one from the Overwatch League Discord back in the day. I specifically said the ammo cost is way too high. It needs to be reduced. I think it was initially like 20 and it's now 10, I think. So you can thank me for that. I had your back the entire time. You didn't even know it.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you're welcome. Get in here, reload, right, and charge. Bang. You kind of did it there. It was like a little baby right click, like 5 damage maybe, but I respect it. There you go. There you go. Obviously,
I'll definitely focus on it a lot more now.
All right,
it's been like 1% of my thought.
That's okay.
process
That's okay. That's what we come here is to kind of shift your perspective. The reason I'm putting such a big emphasis on it is not because it's going to win you a billion team fights, but because it's a factor in like literally every single team fight you're going to play for the rest of Overwatch 2. It's a factor.
Right.
It's not a huge factor, but it's like 7 or 8% of every single team fight. It just shows up every single day. Small thing here. Who should you be focusing right now?
Whoever's on the left, I think it's
Genji. Yeah, the pixel on the left. Yeah, Genji.
Yeah,
the D.Va,
I can't like.
It's fine. It's fine. The D.Va was fine initially, but the Genjis just showed up, and so shift your focus. Yeah. This is okay. I understand what you're doing. You're like, oh, you thought Lucio, whatever. But yeah, this is kind of a mess. Man, do you see how she just eats you up though? No.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, like she is
I've played enough
nuisance.
Overwatch too.
She is a nuisance. Huh.
Yeah.
And she's so strong, like so meta right now that you're gonna be like running into her. I'm actually like considering doing a D.Va guide before I do my wonderful Orisa guide because so many people are playing her. There you go. There you go.
Do, man. I will definitely like get into some.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! I'm sorry to interrupt you. Look at you. Look at you. Getting all fancy with this. I know what you're doing here. Shooting the right click. Hit the Lucio. There you go. I mean, look at that, right? 50 damage. There it is. You smoked him. He didn't even know what hit him. But then check this out. Jump. Look at that. Look at that little duck there. You see that? Trying to bait a cooldown on me. Look at you.
That was the idea. I'll say.
Yeah,
I don't know if I actually did that on
it doesn't matter. It was there. I like it. I respect it. Getting all fancy. All right. This is good, right? I love this, right? This is exactly, again, what you should be doing, right? Screw the D.Va, let her touch point, right? Find the most valuable target. Nice. You said your aim was bad, but that was pretty decent tracking for a Winston main. People get lazy with their Winston tracking, right? They get kind of like sloppy with it, Good. Nice.
Yeah.
Turn around on that.
I definitely think my aim will get better if I focus on it.
I think so too. And it's not horrible to begin with. Yeah. Okay, great job. You deadlifted this team fight. You did so much, so much. Surely you guys got. Yeah, there you go. Great work. You focused the split off angle. You focus the targets. You get through in a couple of fancy little right clicks in there occasionally. This is another one where you could have charged a right click on engage, but even if you don't have time to get the full 50, that extra 25, 30 is helpful.
Well, I'm very curious how, not to like completely change the idea, but
that's okay.
So they just switched from Genji to Kree, and I think this is why.
Why do you think they swapped to Kree or Cassidy? Why do you think they made that swap?
Probably because Genji wasn't getting enough value.
It's you. It's you. They hate you. Congratulations, you've made them swap.
I mean, everybody always swaps first monkeys.
You're the greatest.
Every time
so what's your question?
I get everything. So I think that swap is actually why I lost, because like, remember when I dove the soldier on the plane and I was like 350 health? Well, now I'm like 150.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just watch. Let's see if we can figure it out. And maybe, just maybe, we can use your brain to help figure it out, not just my smooth porcelain brain. All right. A little bit rough though, no?
That was terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say it was a terrible jump. It's just, it's rough versus their off angles, right? They get the. You're safe with me.
Okay.
Watch this. Watch.
Got you in my sights.
Do you see? What can he not see right now?
You can't see me.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what your point is.
It's okay. Just bear with me. I appreciate the honesty. But bear with me. Probably a lost fight either way. Nanovisor rugged. Let's go back a little bit.
You want me to dive the soldier instead of the Kree?
No. Just wait.
This was terrible. This is so bad.
We're almost there. Just wait.
I promise I'm trying to find what your point is.
You see?
I left bubble?
Well, no, not necessarily. Keep watching.
Like, here I'm out of line of sight, and there I use the, like on the high ground, I use the little ledge thing.
It's the most fun I've had in weeks.
Off line of sight.
Yeah, let's keep watching.
That wasn't an isolated target.
That wasn't an isolated target at all. And what are these DPS? I mean, where's their diva? Where's their Cassidy? Where's their soldier? They're lighting you up.
Out.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're eating me alive.
Your priority has to be finding a way to engage these DPS, either when they're isolated, and then doing so in a way that cuts off the other DPS's line of sight whenever possible. So if I'm jumping the soldier here, right, my idea is that I need to be able to find a way to... This one was rough. I don't think there was a good solution for this jump, to be clear. But my point was, it felt bad because of what Diva could do to you, because of what Cassidy could do to you, and because of what the enemy Ana could do to you at the same time. Whereas this one happened to work out a little bit better because you jump an isolated Cassidy with just a Lucio, and then for them to follow you meant putting them in a situation where, I mean, they just couldn't see you, right? They just couldn't see you.
Right.
So that target was truly isolated. This target was not. Even though he felt isolated, he wasn't. Why?
He was still in line of sight of everybody.
Exactly. So then let's rewind 5 seconds. And you're going to tell me how you're going to create space by using jump, by not jumping on an enemy.
To bridge.
Okay. Well, first off, what do you need to be aware of right now? What's the first thing you need to be aware of? Always before you press shift.
Yeah.
You see this?
I didn't actually turn around and look where everybody was.
This is a
I'll
problem.
wait a couple more seconds.
You could have the perfect engage here and it might fail.
Yeah, this is a known problem. I'm getting in
Okay.
the habit of looking, but I am not perfect, as you can tell.
It is the tank problem that is ubiquitous. Okay, and it
It's
has
the
to be
scaling
fixed.
skill is, I think, what
Yes.
Temporal said. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So then let's say we wait 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We go now. If you jump high ground, what's going to happen on the enemy team? How are they going to react? Let's actually go back. Let's pretend.
might peel.
Okay. Let's pretend that like your team is ready when you do this jump. Okay. So you're going to jump the high ground.
Okay.
Okay. What's going to happen?
Diva either will peel for me or go on my back line.
Let's assume worst case scenario for you. She's going to peel for you. Okay.
Probably.
She's going to
peels
fly
for
on top
me.
of you and peel for you. So what are you going to do?
Probably drop off high ground.
Okay.
And bubble
Yeah. And where will you drop off?
onto the Kree.
Onto the Cassidy, right? You're gonna drop, you're gonna plant your bubble. Now, by dropping, but was the jump on high ground totally worthless then? Because you ended up dropping immediately after.
Definitely, yeah, definitely not. Because the Diva used her cooldowns, and I
How
was
much time
able
did it buy you?
A lot.
Yeah,
I was
2.5
able to get
seconds.
on the Cassidy without actually.
Yes, 100%. You lose your landing damage, but it bought you 2 seconds, right? And that's
Right.
oftentimes all you need. And meanwhile, as the Diva has to turn around and fly at you, what does the rest of your team do? Assuming that they were in position here. Your Zenyatta, your
Right.
Sombra,
They're
your Genji.
shooting. They're shooting Diva.
Yes,
Yeah.
they're taking space for free without being focused at all. Everybody on the enemy team is now looking at you, and as long as you survive, you have created a metric butt ton of space without risking your life because you made an intelligent jump. Do you see this?
So the summary of this is basically when there isn't a specifically isolated target that you can just directly jump, make, I don't know what the term is, like make a space jump or something.
Sure.
Where you
Yeah.
like,
Make a space jump in front of your supports, in front of your team, where they can punish anybody that
Right.
punishes you, and then that allows you to get that 4 and 5 man cleave, maybe, right? Where maybe you don't get a kill, but you're getting a lot of pressure, but you're doing so with taking less damage and with no risk of dying.
right.
This one, is there a
Yeah.
risk of you dying?
If it was well timed, I don't think there's very much risk of me dying, but I
No.
don't get anything done.
Right, you get almost no pressure. Whereas if you land on the Cassie, you land on the soldier, there's a significantly more pressure, and there's a little bit less of a chance of you dying. So
I see what you mean by it being even more important if the Kree is like a soldier.
Yeah.
Or not, I mean a Reaper.
yeah.
And then I'm
And again
really
here,
not
right?
able to make these jumps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you see again here? This is the ADHD, right? I'm being half facetious here, but like, right? What do you need to be doing right now?
I need to be on the bridge.
Well,
I need to be.
you don't have
creating
bubble.
space.
Are you
Well,
sure? You see what I'm saying?
Oh, right now I should be getting healed. I
The
guess.
answer, right? The answer is nothing. You should be doing nothing.
Yeah.
The answer, if anything, is to just sit way back in this corner and just spam right clicks at the Diva at a little bit of a range to where she can't light you up. Right? Get healed. Spam your right clicks. Wait for that bubble. Then do your bridge jump again.
Yeah.
And then maybe you'll be.
I gotta
very-
get used to doing nothing in Overwatch 2. I was
Yeah.
okay with doing nothing in Overwatch 1, but Overwatch 2 gives me anxiety.
It does feel like you're like anxious to always be doing something because the enemy tank is always doing something. But like, look at your poor Moira, right? Look at your poor Zen. Like you're like, what if your Summer would really like to have Harmony Orb right now, but you're probably gonna demand Harmony Orb. Your Moira would really like to be right clicking their Cassidy or farming up her Coalescence off of something other than a fat target than you. The problem isn't just that, oh, I'm demanding healing, because I mean Moira's good at healing. The problem is that you want to
Return on
jump.
investment's low.
You want to jump now, no?
Yeah,
Can you jump now?
definitely not.
No, you don't have the healing for it, right? You don't have the HP for it, and that's the problem. That's the problem. There's nothing wrong with feeding a little bit of coal or giving your support something to do. This jump is cute. This is like a really, really like, I don't know how to put it. It's like a you kind of have the right idea. It's just kind of like meh, you know. But yeah, this is not good. I would say that jump wasn't terrible though. I knew what you're trying to do. Ooh. Holy cow, dude! You're giving me a heart attack.
Dude, I die to Deadeye so much because of doing dumb stuff like that.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous.
It is
It
worth
is
it.
ridiculous.
I will be honest with you. It is a viable strategy to bait his shot, but not to do it at the timing that you did. So like let me slow it down for you. Peek right there, but that was too wide of a peek. He just needs to see your head, remember? Bang, right there, and then tuck back in. So you can go like, I do this as Zinel, I go, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can get him. But that one was a little too long. Like that right there, you're like, oh my gosh. Like, you were ready to jump him. Oh boy.
Yeah, I died to Deadeye way more than I should.
Yeah,
It is ridiculous. Because of that, like exactly that.
Hey, what happens here? What happens here? Oh, you're good. Okay, I was after the cap. Okay. Do you have any questions?
Not really. I think actually this has been really interesting. I think I would need some like help in knowing what is the space jump, like where to actually go to jump for space.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's gonna be like a pretty big issue for me because I'll just be like
Probably.
looking and then not do anything and then just like die or do something dumb. Yeah, I think it's very helpful to realize like those two things of just like using that right click a lot more and like it's a really valuable and being okay with doing nothing.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot to
Like
process.
I've always known that that's a really big thing in Overwatch. I've always known that like as Winston, you got to be okay with doing nothing. But specifically in Overwatch 2, it put a lot of pressure on me.
Mm-hmm.
This game's like super long. We don't have to go through that all. I
No.
don't have time for that. I'm sure.
No, we can do. Actually, I want to end it here, but I want to end here with some discussion first. So
okay, let's do that. Yeah.
We've gone over a lot. We've talked about awareness of your team, so that you can make sure that whatever engage that you do, bad or good, there's full capitalization off of it. We've talked about your space jump, especially against compositions that counter you, right? Creating space by jumping not on a target, by jumping to a space and then setting up for your engage from there. We've talked about not tunneling on things like the on, but looking for that split squishy that's going to create the most pressure, but also reduce the amount of damage that you take on your dive. We've talked about your right click. Talked about a lot of things. So what's going to be your priority? What's going to be your plan moving forward then? Because as we always say, you can't do everything at once. So what's the plan? You tell me.
The like jumping for space like that will definitely be my priority.
Okay.
Because I think so like against a lot of comps, I think you can just get away with just going in. Like if you're against like certain like a Zarya or like a Junker Queen or something like that, I think you can get away with a lot more of just diving the on in the back line and just like going ham.
Yeah. I mean, if you can live on, if you can jump on a squishy and live, I mean, there you go. Keep doing it.
Right. Like and against some comps, you really just can. Like there's not, but and so I'm like winning those games at really high frequencies. But it's games like this that I don't like. I'll win this game before they switch to Kree, but then they switch to Cassidy and instantly, like if we kept watching this game, the story is basically the same of what the last point just was. This is kind of like keep making those same like no space jumps, trying to dive a target that's not isolated, getting burst down, having to get healed, and like or dying. And that's just the same thing over and over. And so I think if I can really look to find those like areas that I can jump without actually jumping a target, I think that'll be really big deal. Frankly, the coolest stuff of this is like I didn't know that I could even do that still in Overwatch 2 because in my mind I'm just like if I'm not jumping a target, I'm not getting enough value. And so I just have to jump a target.
Yeah.
And so a lot of this stuff I think I probably know because I had to do it a lot in Overwatch 1. Like Overwatch 1, you're playing against 17,000 CCs. You can't play like I'm playing right now.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
You just can't. But this has been my adjustment to Overwatch 2 where I'm like if I play like I did in Overwatch 1, I do like, 2000 damage and like my DPS are 4 times as much damage as me and I'm just like doing nothing the whole game. If I play, but there's that balance to find,
Yeah.
and I think that'll help. I also just didn't even realize the right click was like important.
It's very important.
Like,
So for you,
it's
the
been-
adjustment. Go ahead.
like I said, it's been like 1% of my thought process. It's like if I'm doing nothing and it pops in my mind, I'll like charge one.
We've
It's
noticed.
like nothing more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for you with Overwatch 1, it was like with the space jumping. You had to have patience. You had to do things like those space jumps because you would die otherwise if you didn't. In Overwatch 2, you won't die, but the enemy team won't die either.
Yeah.
At least not with certain compositions or versus certain supports. Like, think about this. Like, their Cassidy soldier, you will die potentially just jumping them. So the goal has to be, what is the jump? Like, when we're talking about this, it's not just about like preserving your life, preserving your HP. A lot of these space jumps, we're thinking about like, what is the best setup that you can get so you can actually kill somebody, man? Like, we want you to kill people. Not just tickle the Ana in front of you, not tickle the Diva in front of you. Go find the solo squad. They need to die. They need to die.
Yeah.
And finding the best way to do that. And remember, they cannot make swaps to Cassidy or Reaper or whatever for free. It costs them something. A Reaper will struggle being able to contest you on those space jumps because for him to do that is probably going to cost his TP. He doesn't have the mobility that a Genji or a Tracer or a Sombra or even the range like a Widowmaker does to contest you on those space jumps. And when you do get on top of Cassidy, yes, he's relatively scary, but he can't get away. Right, he can roll, but that's it. He can't. It's like when they were on Genji, you could pressure Genji, but he could just leave. Cassidy, it's a lot higher risk, higher reward, and so when you get those nanos, when you get those primals, when you get those perfect engages, that target not only gets pressured, that target dies, and that's something to consider.
Very interesting.
That's something to consider.
Another thing I've always thought about when I back like long ago when I played on teams and stuff, like my team would just only run dive and it was low enough, like it was Diamond Master, so not everybody was running dive. And so occasionally some team would try and just hard counter us by like, running all of the Winston counters basically.
Yep.
And I always remember thinking like all of their picks are suboptimal picks. Like every single hero on their team is suboptimal. And so if I just like don't die, I basically win. Because
and then you press Q.
I think a similar thing can happen here. So like, would you say it's a very similar thing if you play like I play a lot of hogs, like Hog Reaper. If I play against that and I was going to force Monkey, is that just the thought process? Just like always be space jumping, always be just like kind of poking, using the right click a lot.
Yes.
Right.
Ignore them.
Sometimes it's not really possible. Like on
it's
some
not.
of these maps, it's just not.
It's not. But if you that's where like the flank play style, the space play style, avoid Hog and Reaper like the plague. And if you do, then there you go.
Yeah.
Right?
You made a really good point on the stealthy, like kind of more stealthy Monkey.
Yeah.
Is kind of like what I've called it in the past. Because in the past, when I was like lower diamond, high plat, I would just be stealthy Monkey. Like I wouldn't do anything else. I would get no sustain because you can be stealthy Monkey completely by yourself, right? You don't need the Ana to pocket you. You don't need your teammates. Like you can be that by yourself.
Right.
And so that was just the style that I chose.
Right.
And then I like switched full back into like full on team oriented Monkey with the Zarya bubble. And I'm trying to kind of do the same thing now, but adding just a little bit more of that stealthy Monkey against those kind of comps, I think could be really helpful, as well as the space jumps, and then I'll practice the right clicks.
I mean, that's why Diva's so tough, no? Because she's like a mobile hog when it comes to matching versus you. She does a lot of damage and she can chase you around. Right. That's why she can be so tricky to play against. But
yeah. The last thing I'll say is make the Diva guide. I
will do my best.
I will be very excited because right now I've like tried to play Diva in a couple comp games and I'm just like, this is literally useless. I'm doing nothing.
Well, I'll see what I can do. All right. If you do have any other questions, please don't hesitate. You can even shoot me a replay code and be like, "Hey, give me a specific team fight to look at," and I'll look at it and answer any questions you might have. But
okay, man, awesome.
You have a plan of progress. That. Don't be overwhelmed. Don't try and focus on everything at once. Find what's the most priority thing for you, and don't be scared to shift it around. Right, like week to week, keep things fresh. It's not fun focusing on one thing for like a month. You get bored.
Agreed.
All right, mate.
All right, man. I really appreciate it.
You're
Good
very
luck
welcome.
in the rest of your stream. We'll
Talk soon.
Okay,
Peace.
cheers, mate. Have a good one. All right, that was Money J2K, our monkey extraordinaire, I guess. I have a really funny story. I don't know if you guys saw the SVB tweet, but he was tweeting that he made some video about something or whatever, talking about monkey, and one of the comments literally wrote, I mean, it must have been 500, 600 words of talking about how irate this person was that you dare refer to monkey as monkey. He's clearly an ape. He doesn't have a tail. It does matter, guys. How could you not know this? And just flying off the handle in the YouTube comment sections. It's just like crazy, man. People are crazy. Okay, let's get on to the next VOD here. Give me just 1 second, and then we're gonna hop into a call with Bean.
Need water?
Yeah, actually, I could use some
You
water.
didn't drink your tea. You didn't eat your apple.
I haven't eaten my
What's
apple
wrong
yet.
with you?
My mouth has been moving far too much.
That's my job.
But that was super, super funny. Okay, so I'm gonna hop into a call with Bean, and then we're gonna get started. Oh, that tweet killed me. I was like, oh gosh, we've not, like, you get to a certain point where you have so many YouTube comments that some of them are just bound to be super weird. Okay, let's get started. Greetings. How's it going?
Hello.
I'm getting a horrible, horrible, horrible feeling inside. It says BattleNet says maintenance should start anytime and last until 3 p.m. EDT. Oh no. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm panicking right now. What do you reckon? Should we just start?
Yeah.
Worst case scenario?
Okay, I don't mind if it gets kicked out early.
Okay, if it gets kicked out early, it's fine. I'll finish the review with you off stream sometime or whatever. We'll figure it out. Let's just get rolling. All right, speed running. You know what? Actually, let's do this backwards. What hero are you? You're the Echo. Is this just an Echo VOD?
There's a little bit of May at the end, but it's mostly about Echo.
Okay. And then what rank are you?
I am Plat 4.
Platform. Okay, excellent. All right, let's just get started now, and we're gonna do things backwards. We're gonna stress test. Okay, we're gonna see how it works when I actually look through your form after I look over your gameplay. This might be a complete disaster. Okay. I'm not gonna even waste any time. I don't care why you want coaching. I don't care about anything about you as a person. We just want to focus on gameplay, and let's see how it goes. Let me turn down the game audio. You are a little bit quiet on the mic. I'm not sure if it's just me, so I turned you up just a tad, and I turned on the game audio just a little bit. Can you see my stream?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, chat says you're a little quiet too, so if you want to scream in the mic, you're more than welcome to. Okay, so why Echo? What is Echo good at, would you say? Are you an Echo OTP, or is this just a hero that you want to get better at?
Echo is the most fun DPS hero that for me.
Okay.
I think she's probably one of my best as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm especially good, like compared to other Echo players.
Yeah.
But you know, she's the most fun. I feel the most comfortable on her, but sometimes I do struggle to get value out of her.
Okay. What would you say are her strengths? Like, what is the hero good at?
She's very good at poking from a distance and then going off of opportunities when people are low.
Right.
And just diving in with the beam.
Okay.
She's very good at punishing tanks. Is what I do. Is what I do.
Yes. Yes. What
Yeah.
would you say her range is, or like her positioning? Like, how would you position to get the most value out of Echo, just generally? But
I mean, it depends what the enemy's playing. If they're playing like a longer or a medium range kind of DPS lineup, then you want to be closer range. You want to be diving. You want to be
yes.
going as fast. But if they're playing like a very short range kind of a dive comp, you want to be playing slower. You want to be playing longer ranges.
Echo is really truly like the initial, like, you can see the Overwatch 2 philosophy bleeding into her balance, even in Overwatch 1, where I was having this discussion the other day with the new Orisa, where I sometimes struggle knowing whether I should play to poke with Orisa or whether I should play to brawl with Orisa, right? It feels so dependent on what the enemy team has. If they have snipers with Orisa, I can't just stand in a choke and spam, I get nuked. But if they're on like a brawl comp, if I brawl with Orisa versus a brawl comp, I get toasted. And the same thing with Echo, like you were saying, versus these hit scans, these longer range comps, you have to play almost like a Genji. You know what I'm saying? Almost like a Tracer. But then if they're running something more spammy, or if you can take a good spam angle where those ranged DPS don't see you, then you can do so much damage, right? The other thing I think that you said that's very important, and I think is the case regardless of whether you're playing versus whatever comp, is you are more of a cyclical hero, right? Your mouse one does good damage, but everything revolves around that shift E and right click, right? And during those bursts, when you have those cooldowns, you're very strong, like a Winston. And then when you don't, you're significantly weaker than, say, like a Cassidy or a Soldier. Do you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what we want to see here is, well, if you look at the enemy comp, what are you thinking, playstyle-wise? Team Red, what do you think?
They're playing very long, like long to medium range.
Yeah.
things, and I need to play more divey.
Yeah, probably going to be more aggression off of timing with your tank or their tank engaging, and playing a little bit more, I wouldn't say fast tempo, because you might wait a long time before you set up a dive, but you will play more short range, short sightline, avoiding that Soldier, avoiding that Sojourn, and then getting on top of them, closing that distance. 100%. Okay. So let's what's up?
Sorry. I feel like I know a lot of. I feel like I know a lot of this stuff.
Yep.
Outside of the game, but when I'm actually in the game, I can't really do it.
Okay.
Really demonstrate.
Well, that's where we can do a little bit of work in the coaching forum after the gameplay, and maybe we'll come across some things that we can learn like in week one once we actually go in. If nothing else, we can see, okay, you know all these things, but which one of those aspects, at least in this game, do you do the worst at actually applying, right? That's going to be the question. Okay. So like right now, red flag is already going off, right? Okay, there's Sojourn, there's Soldier. So then right now, positioning wise, how do you set up? See, to be frank with you, I've played this map maybe once, and I've never actually coached this map. But you don't need to to know the map's ins and outs to be able to get an idea of what you need to be aiming for. What do you need to be aiming for right now? There's two solutions here. One of them is to dive backline, obviously, right? And we could talk about positions to do that. But the other one is, well, let's see if you can think. What is another way to get value if you can't get to the backline? This is a tricky one.
I could still play really perky and like long range behind cover because I have the and rely on the mercy here.
You could try and play cheeky. Watch this. Bum, bum, bum. Do you see this?
Focus the tank.
Ah, you see, but see, what's the difference between this and where you're at right now? The obvious difference.
Yeah, the DPS can't shoot at me.
Exactly. So you can look at this and be like, Echo's a super, super high damage here. I can do more damage on your tank than you can do on my tank, and I'm going to completely deny your ability to shoot me and just beat the living crap out of your Orisa from this angle. And is this a good range for you versus this Orisa? Yeah, this isn't bad. I think you could do a lot of damage from here. You have this as your option. Like, I mean, this looks like the most obvious position to me, right? I don't know the map well enough, but that seems like the most obvious. Or I'm thinking dive here. Maybe you could do some cheeky here. This seems kind of like I don't know about that engage. That engage kind of spooks me, right? Maybe there's something around. Uh-oh. Look at that. You see?
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, what can you also do from this position? Relatively easy.
I can go up to the back.
Yeah, you could shift up, and then there's your dive opportunity that doesn't telegraph it or come from a million miles away where they can shoot you down, right? So that's going to be the challenge, right? So you're thinking dive. I feel like you look to your right, you miss your stickies. Your mechanics seem a little bit. At least, well, let's just play it out. But like that wasn't great.
Yeah, my mechanics aren't exactly my strongest point.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll talk. I have a feeling once we get to your form later on, we'll come to some solutions for your mechanics. But Obviously, the stickies on the tank are musts, right? Otherwise, you are going to get out damaged by other heroes. But do you see the problem here? What have we now gotten into? Like, what kind of a game are we playing right now?
It looks very brawly. Like
Yeah. Yeah. This feels like you're at the practice range trading shots with the Cassidy. You know what I'm saying? And while this is something that we said that you could do, it really doesn't play to your strengths of the hero. This is where Soldier Sojourn, I mean, heck, even BAP could beat you in a 1v1 at this range in this way. So we haven't been able to capitalize range, like a short angle pressure on their Orisa. We haven't been able to capitalize on a dive. And so really what your team is doing right now is they're playing essentially 4v5 in a way. You see what I'm saying? And that just means that you're slowly going to get whittled down. And then, okay, by the time you die, okay, those are some nice stickies. But again, like we're not actually doing much. We're not actually going in, and we're getting stuck on the front line. And a lot of this might just be that you're just unfamiliar with the map. Nice stickies, but I would have at least liked you to try things as you're learning this map. You know what you did there was never going to work. So you need to at least try something else. If you beef it and you troll the lobby and feed, okay, well, at least you learn that, okay, that position sucks. I'm not going to do that again. We've learned really nothing about the map from what we've done here because we've played to the complete opposite of Echo's strengths. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions so far?
Okay, yeah. That's like another thing is that sometimes I try and play very quote unquote interesting and try and like do fancy stuff.
Yeah.
But then I just end up dying a lot. Like I
Okay.
end up going very, very even.
Yes.
Or, like getting like a million deaths per game.
Huh.
And I still feel like I haven't, like, it's very frustrating when you just die over and over again.
Right.
What you're doing isn't working. So I tend to default back to like a normal frontline, stay alive
Right.
kind of play.
So you get you try these things, you get discouraged, and so then you just kind of cowardly dip your tail between your legs and just quit trying because you're tired of dying, basically. Is that the case?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's two ways of looking at that. One could just be maybe that you're stress testing your mechanics to make plays that you're just not good enough right now. And I have less of a problem with that because, you know, repetition and failure will eventually lead to success. The main concern though, and I learned this when I was embarrassing myself in Genji last week, was that you will sometimes those aggressive plays are just not good plays even if you had good mechanics, if that makes any sense. It's not the right type, or it's not intelligent aggression. Do you see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
the goal is to find out, like, okay, is this really just my mechanics were good enough, or am I actively not, or is this aggression just silly? The problem is never aggression. The problem is almost always the type of aggression. You saw the Winston VOD earlier, right? Where he's just jumping in, he's jumping in, he's jumping in. I want my Winston jumping in, but that Winston wasn't always jumping the right targets in the right way, right? Same thing applies to you. If your aggression is not working out, the question isn't should you be going aggressive. The question is how and when are you going aggressive, and can that be executed better? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And hopefully after this review, we've given you some tools so you can kind of, maybe not in the moment because everyone's a little bit emotional in the moment, but afterwards be able to objectively look and be like, was that the best way that was there a better flank that I could have taken? Was there a better, and could I have dove better? Was I timing it well? Those are the kind of questions, right? Is this good right here?
I mean, my team's nowhere near me.
Okay.
So I think if I have a Mercy with me, I could be in the rest of
You could be a little bit greedier, right? You did get a kill, right? Your teammates are starting to peek out, right? But like, what is, okay, maybe it's not optimal, right? Because your team isn't necessarily with you just yet. But what is good about this? Look at the battlefield right now. What do you not see right now?
I don't see the people that threaten me.
Yes, exactly. Where the heck is the soldier? Where the heck is the sojourn? Right? That's something that should be a little bit concerning. Like, where are they? Right? But it's also like, hey, this is just free damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is what we want, right? Either we're diving those threats, or we're playing where those threats can't see me. And if those threats right now are sitting on cart or bot, sick. Thank you guys. Thank you. You guys stay right there, and I'm just going to murder your Orisa while you guys are pushing robot, right? This is kind of what we wanted, right? This is exactly what we were talking about with this angle here. This is what we were talking about with this angle here. It's finding ways to get value, play to your hero's strengths, but not let the enemy team punish you, right? Okay. So this is fine. We need to hit those shots, though. And again here, do you see the problem?
What? That I'm not hitting my shots.
Well, yes, you miss your stickies, but objectively here, is this really where you want to be with this hero versus this hero?
No, I'd probably want to be like literally point blank.
Yeah, either point blank or like up above her head, you know, with a mercy pocket, right? Playing cover. This is again, like this feels like a hit scan versus hit scan battle, the way you're playing it. You have a vast amount of mobility and a lot of burst damage. You've just used your burst damage. You are at a massive disadvantage in this duel if you don't find a way to get to some cover and play some high ground, right? So this is GG's. This is no longer a mechanics check. Like we've pointed out that your mechanics do not look very good on this hero, but this isn't now this is no longer a mechanics test. This is simply you're not playing to the hero's strengths, right? I don't care if you're speedily or the greatest echo in the history of the world. You shouldn't be here. It's that simple. And you have an ability that can fix that problem, right? So where could you go?
I could go top right to the background or back to my team.
Yeah, exactly. And is this safe or safer?
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, I'd agree. It sets you up perfectly to go aggressive, and it also is a safe spot. It does two things with one shift. I mean, even here, right? Like we talked about tank damage, but I don't know if I want to be here, right? This isn't exactly where I want to be. And then look at where you've ended up again. Do you see this?
Yeah.
Now, what if you don't have a mercy pocket? So we keep talking, you know, Goei's aggressive, crazy off angles, and that's often really good, whether you have a mercy pocket or not. But like, let's just theoretically say that you don't have the mercy pocket yet. What are your other options here? Because anything is better than where you're at right now. So what are your other options?
Maybe like the right side in the windows.
Sure, you could do this here, maybe with your BAP, okay? Maybe even the most conservative, most beta sissy option you could possibly do is like right here, right? Just spam the Orisa from max range and hit your shots. Maybe wait for your supports to catch up, right? And you've already given, every single time I ask you this question, you have come up with excellent answers. So, like you said early in the review, I don't think knowledge is the problem here. You miss her stickies again. That's not so good. Your Junker Queen is going very aggressive, and look at the space that you've got now. Now, your Junker Queen has done you a massive favor right now. Where is the enemy team positioned?
Underneath the high ground.
Yes, so now what's the perfect position for you to go to right now?
High ground.
Yeah, exactly. You take this angle right here. You were an absolute menace. You can drop behind them, sticky, beam, then shift right back out again. You can just stand up here and make like spam, zero risk of dying. And as long as you're aware of like this, right? Oh, you shift up. Oh crap, there's a hit scan on me, right? This guy's dead. You know, he doesn't want you here. If you shift up here and you run into a soldier, sayonara, sir, right? He's done. Again, because that you're in close range. It's a lose-lose for the enemy team. They can contest you, they have to contest you, but it's really scary to contest you in this position. So yes, too slow, but yes. Okay, so just that right there, I legitimately, I've got zero problem with that. You took too long, your mechanics looked rough, but that is exactly what you needed to do. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. That was good. I'm getting a message in chat that it may not be a full shutdown, so maybe we're okay, but I'd still prefer to play it safer. Okay. Yeah, you just got stuck in a bad position for too long, and then when you did decide to go, it's a little late, didn't have your mercy pocket, and ironically, you lost your mercy because you went there too slow, right? The soldier on the high ground where you should have been ended up killing your mercy. But, okay.
grind on OW2 is real.
Okay.
THX for your last VAR video. That's gonna help.
What do you
with
think?
the Sure among banger.
It still feels quite long range.
Yeah. At least versus this composition. What if they were on like Reinhardt May Reaper?
I feel like the position would be a lot better.
Yeah, exactly. Because then what is your range situation versus those heroes?
Longer range than those.
Yeah, exactly. So you abuse that. I mean, that's what we talked about with like the dynamics of Overwatch 2. Is a lot of heroes, Kiriko, Orisa, Diva, Zarya, Sojourn to an extent, Echo, do have dynamics, right? It's not Widowmaker and Reaper, right? It could be a little bit of both, right? So 100%. Like this is why it's so important that you kind of make these reads, is because this position I would say is not good, but it's nothing wrong with this position. Sometimes this would be the best position, but not versus the heroes they have. So let's not just pick on you. Let's think of a solution. What do you think? This spot's a little awkward, right? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. What are some options for you, do you think?
With the power of hindsight, I feel like it probably best to be in one of those windows.
Yeah.
where they push more
Yep.
people.
Yep. You have options here too, right? Because you're thinking, okay, I can either blow up that Orisa the second that she crosses, and what are their hit scan sightlines, right? Not very good. Their hit scan will have to take an angle on you to be able to pressure you out. And if they take an angle on you, well, you're playing a quasi dive hero. You can run in, sticky them, beam them, then copy them if worst case scenario, right? Or what are your other options? You take this position and you're feeling a little cheeky. Maybe you've got a copy. What can you do?
Go flank, like hard flank.
Yeah, hard flank, and you've got a sticky to do it, right? You use your stickies, you use your beam, and then you copy an Ana. And Ana's a pretty good copy too, right? You copy an Ana, chuck an aid the backline. They're gonna hate you. They're gonna hate you. You don't even have to hit anything. You just scare the butt cheeks off them, right? That Orisa's gonna get no healing for about a year. So you have so many options to make a plays, right? Whether you're hitting the shots or not. I appreciate the aggression here. It looks like you're looking to try and farm up that coffee. Coffee, I say. Try to farm up that coffee. It's a new ultimate. You just get this giant cup of coffee, you just pour. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, seems good. Orisa's not a bad copy, because you do have 2 defensive cooldowns. A lot of things are kind of shaky now, but like Diva's still good. Orisa's probably okay. All right, let's get out of here. Probably I wouldn't play for this. Yeah, you're doing a little bit of trolling here. Oh, no, please. No. Okay, we're good. All calculated. See, this is you big brain them. This is great. This is exactly as intended. Yep. This is what you wanted. Okay. A little bit of sweat. We're okay. No, they're visoring. Okay, we're good. Totally fine. You're giving me a heart attack. Okay, but okay, I'll say all this. This is. I mean, okay, this has been a complete train wreck. But you know what? Your hero's not bad at this, right? You've got the shift. You're using the shift. You're causing chaos. You're surviving. Like, you're not a Genji. You're not a Tracer. But you're also not a Widowmaker, right? You've got a little bit of flexibility. You got a little bit of chaos inside of you. You got a little bit of mobility. You're using it right now. You're not super aware of where your team is, and you're kind of inting a little bit, but it's okay. Okay. I think I'm going gray after that one. Nice. Just absolutely brilliant.
In the end.
Yeah, exactly. All Zelda ends well. Clearly that was the optimal play. Just had no idea. Oh, okay. Let's see. Any swaps in the enemy team? No. So playstyle still changes. Is there anything wrong with this? Let's break it down.
I mean, I can't really see a position to go like more, like to set up for a dive.
Yeah.
Maybe like the left windows.
Maybe.
But I think they're anywhere.
Don't overthink this one though. Is there an actual fight setting up that you need to consider positioning with right now?
No, not really.
Not really. Is there a risk of you dying here? Or at least a reasonable risk of you dying here?
No.
No.
Piano has like an incredible fleet there.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's any risk out of doing this. So just farm up a little bit of ult charge, get a little bit of pressure. That's fine. The reason I say that is I don't want you to like overthink and be like, oh, versus hit scan, I can literally never do anything except either dive or short flank, right? Just use your sense, right? You can figure out if this is a good play or if this is a bad play, right? Like even now, right? Like shooting Sojourn at this range, usually not optimal, but if she doesn't have a shot, there's nothing else really better to do right now, right? I will say, what do you need to start thinking about probably about now? What needs to be the play? What's about to happen, I guess.
Like a fight's about to happen.
Right, right. So especially with a map that you're unfamiliar with in a game that we're still learning, you need to be like, okay, where what's going on, right? Where are we fighting? Because you might turn around and be like, oh shoot, we're here, so I need to go and start setting up. Or maybe you're like, I want to go for something super aggressive, so I'm going to hide here, right? There's options, but kind of like now needs to be the time to think about it, or even a couple seconds ago, and not like, let's actually see when we start thinking positioning, right? Like right now it's kind of too late, you see? Like, look at the tank trades. You see this? It's like ships in the night. They've just went right past each other. You know, it's time to go. Yeah, exactly. So then let's actually ask the question now. Where should you go? Because there's not a right or a wrong answer. There's a couple of options. What do you think?
I was gonna say like right side, but I feel like it is just too late.
It's the higher risk, higher reward option. What is this position good for, would you say?
You can blow up the Orisa.
Yeah.
So you could go to the backline.
Yeah, you got a great angle to just spam the Orisa and they can't see you. Or you have an option to dive their backline. And look at this too. You could right click and shift and beam and then also like end in a high ground ledge position. You see this? Where they can't punish you. It's almost like a Winston dive. You kind of see what I'm saying? Like you dive, but you also have a safe spot to land on and survive until your next shift. What's another option? There's at least one more I can see potentially being okay.
Left side maybe.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not super sure, but like this is tank pressure, right? You see this? It feels kind of rough, but it's something, right? And their hit scans can't see you. If that Orisa swings, like look right here, right? There you go. Fat stickies, fat beam. She's in trouble. I think probably best option would be somewhere on the right side, though. I think this is probably your best option. But like, let's get to the real important question. We've theorized. So then where are you? And I'm not shocked, right? Again, you can see how like this is just not playing to your strengths. Like we talked about your mechanics, right? Mechanics are not good. But if we're being honest, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What's the problem with these stickies? It's kind of hard to land at that range, no?
Yeah.
Like you're going for the squishies back here, but you're going up from a mile away. Yeah, that's hard to do, right? That's hard to do even if you have great mechanics. So you're not doing yourself any favors here. We can talk, oh, you should have been sticking the Orisa instead. But then I'm not so sure, you know. Maybe she's fortified. Maybe it would have been better to not use stickies. I don't know. The problem here to me is not cooldown usage. The problem here is, number one, the way you're setting yourself up for these fights. And then number two, obviously your mechanics aren't doing you a lot of favors either. Okay. Because like, look at that soldier right now. Imagine if you were in that right position. Think of the pressure on the Orisa that you could be getting. Think of the pressure. You wouldn't even need to use your shift. You could peek and absolutely annihilate this guy, right? Just drop bombs on him. You know what I'm saying? But look at you. You're so limited with what you're doing. And now your Junker Queen is going to die despite creating all the space in the world because you, really, honestly, both you and to a lesser extent your Sojourn didn't really do anything with it. And again, do you see your positioning here?
It's still just hasn't changed.
Yeah, it's not just, oh, angles are good. It's also, this is actively bad for your hero. Soldier will beat you in a 1v1 at this range. Ana will beat you in a 1v1. Sojourn will beat you in a 1v1. Baptiste will beat you in a 1v1. Orisa will beat you in a 1v1. Like, there's nothing good about this range or this positioning for you. And ironically, you were thinking, oh, maybe you're thinking this is the safer play as a response to, oh, I'm going over aggressive, right? You brought that up earlier. I'm feeding. Well, this isn't necessarily safer, actually. You're at just as a high of a risk of dying because your positioning is bad. Yes, you're closer to your supports, but Soldier would love for you to stay at that range. That's just target practice. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. This is okay. I appreciate the effort there. You force heal station. You're down 1 though, so just be careful. Ooh. Surely you get healed. Okay. Wait, what on earth was that? We are just going in with beat. Okay. Still feels rough, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a good question in chat. I'm gonna make you answer this one, okay?
Oh god.
Can you poke from angles in pre-fight, or do you only do it when the team's hard engage? So let's actually go back because I think that's an excellent question, and let's answer. You're gonna answer that question for me because I'm feeling a little tired, you know. So you talk. Let's actually just pick the position that you were thinking about, right? So let's go like right here, right? Can you do poke from this position?
I wouldn't do that with Babalucio because I would get like no healing.
Yeah.
So to the team.
With Bap Lucio, it would be tricky. Yeah, you'd have to be careful.
Because if they like did some chip damage, then I wouldn't be able to go in. During
Yep.
the fight.
Yep, you definitely have to consider your position with Bap Lucio, for sure. What about with an Ana or Zen, Mercy, Kiriko, Brig?
You do have longer range healing, so you can like peek back the healing. And like I don't know, as long as you still have the option to dive, I would say then yeah, you can.
As long as you have some form of range healing, sure. You have to consider things like the Sojourn one shot, of course. But with your current comp, it would be a little tricky to do some range support. Like he can still bank shots off of this and heal you for sure. So you can definitely poke angles pre-fight, 100%. Especially if those angles are not very greedy. Now, if my Echo was here, would you want to poke pre-fight from here?
Yeah, I'd say you could.
You could.
Like on the Orisa, yes, but not on anyone else.
Right. The greedier the angle, the less likely you're going to be able to just poke the back line. Because you're playing for an all-in, super greedy, big surprise, blow them up, right? What if you took this angle and you're like, okay, I'm running a Baptiste, so what if you took the angle and you spammed from this angle here? Could you spam from this angle here?
Oh, yeah, you're like...
Yeah. It's a super conservative angle, right? And you're very close to your support, so even with the BAP can easily heal you here. And guess what? You still get fairly decent pressure on their Orisa, right? So we could even rewind what we were talking about earlier and be like, okay, maybe this option isn't good. Well, guess what? You could even play even more conservatively and still get good tank pressure and still avoid the sightlines of their supports. And again, think about your hero, right? Like, obviously, they've got some high damage heroes too, but theoretically, if you're able to land full stickies, land beam, land all your shots on that Orisa, you do pretty much more tank damage than just about every single DPS in the cast, right? So you don't have to dive to get value out of the hero. You can also nuke tanks, but the way you're nuking tanks right now isn't pretty, right? In the way you're setting it up. Okay. Let's, we beat in. Kind of stuck here. We're like, shoot, this isn't good. The beat's expired. There's the Sojourn ult. You cannot stay here. Again, what are you thinking?
Yeah. I don't really know where I could go other than like the hard flank, like left side.
Yeah, I'm not so sure either. I think hard flank is always an option. Even if you just peek it for a second, throw your stickies out and be like, oh no, and I duck back in, that's still good space, still pressure potentially. You could just fly up to here, right? And then wait for them to turn the corner. I don't like where you're at now, though. This seems scary to me. Yes. And you see how you still have your shift, just in case, right? Brilliant. Ah, that was really good. That was really, really, really good. You were already down 2 before the fight even started. You got 2, and then they just blew up your team, and you still almost clutched it. That was good. I love it. I will say, like, in terms of micro here, so shoot, shoot, shoot. It would have been very good of you to shift up and try and get above the soldier, just because it's harder for him to aim. It's harder for you to aim, but you're anticipating that, so you can make it a little bit harder for him to aim. So it would have been easier to win the 1v1 to fly up rather than to fly sideways. Okay, that was good though. That was good. We like to see it. Do you have any questions so far, by the way?
Not at the top of my head.
Okay. If you do, just stop me.
Oh wait, no, I do have one.
Yes.
Is there like a better hero with that would be better in this situation?
We're going to get to that in a second. Remind me when we get to your coaching form, because I've looked over your coaching form, and we're going to have a little bit of a talk about that. Because we're gonna have a couple of things that are gonna tie into that, as well as some of the other issues that we've been seeing with your play. So we're saving the best for last. Okay. They're on Tracer, so a little bit less hit scan pressure, but theoretically she could catch you if you were on a flank more often. But I wouldn't worry too much about like the minor details. I don't want to get obsessed with looking at the enemy composition. We talked about how this short, like you could go, you know, this could theoretically work. This could theoretically work. You know, this could theoretically work. All of those positions would still work against a lot of different compositions. I just want you to start thinking about it. If you get the general impression from the enemy team that I can't spam versus these guys, adjust. If you get the general impression from the enemy team that I can't dive versus these guys, then it just adjust. It doesn't have to be a perfect read. It's certainly not at your rank. Okay. I like this. This is good. Do you see what's happening here? Now, this is not just you, but Sojourn too. But this is stressful for their supports. And what do you have here as well available to you? Yeah. I like this. This is good. You missed some of your stickies, but it's chaos, right? Probably would copy Ana here. Just because nade is going to be tougher for them to deal with than you having a lamp. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. But
Yeah.
I have a history with that piece.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, what really, whatever you find more consistent value out of, or whatever hero you're most comfortable playing. There's some low-hanging fruit. I do think like Ana copy is probably the best support copy right now, though. Just because you instantly have your nade and you're like, okay, well, I can turn a fight with that. And usually when you're copying, you're playing in an aggressive position to where you can guarantee land a big nade too. So like, for example, consider your support's positioning, right? He might not be able to land a big nade from here if this was an Ana, but if you copy here, you can land a big nade, right? But this is still fine too. Like this is, I mean, obviously, I mean, there you go, so. Okay. Forget I said anything about Ana, I guess. Nice.
In theory, I do understand. Ana's probably.
Yeah. But again, I really don't think it matters. Like if you could do that with BAP, pick BAP. One other thing with BAP as well is the shift often guarantees that you get your window because you just self heal, right, for a ton. And then you do get that window.
Oh, yeah, the new self-healing.
It's nuts. So you can drop yourself like you did there and just heal yourself back up, and that's like 60% ult charge right there. I like how you played that fight. I'm just concerned that you only played like that because you had copy, right? And not because of anything else. Like, again, you'd have to be careful here. Oh, I take some chip damage. I might need to dip back, get some healing, and then go again. But I think, like, if you didn't have copy, would you have just been stuck shooting here again? You know what I'm saying? That's my question.
The answer is unfortunately.
Okay. It's not about feeding, going hyper aggressive. It's just about doing, even if you're playing a short, safe position, playing to your hero's strengths. That's the goal. Love this. This is good. Uh-oh, soldier's got a sightline on you, so you got to drop. Unfortunate. So the problem here was this was better than where you were at, but like let's look at the situation again. Where would be the best position to play? Again.
I feel like right side still have an angle on.
Yeah, and right side is still pretty darn good, right? And this is what we talked about, like with playing in main. Look at that. You got healing. You got shout. And you still died. Do you see?
Yeah.
That's one of the concerns is like, what if I play split? Will I get healing? Yes and no. Depends on the comp. You have to be aware of it for sure. But what ends up happening is that soldier might not even... That soldier was just dumping damage down main, you know? He might have been aiming for your tank, for all we know with that Helix. And he was clearly aiming for you here. But I mean, there you go. Like that's simply too easy for him to do. But you guys get the lead. Big Junker Queen ult. And now we try to figure out where the heck do I go on this map. Hey, we figured it out. Nice job. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nice. You flanked the flanker. He had no idea. Exactly, he had no idea. Nice! Get rolled. Very good. This is looking good. This is looking promising. I'm excited. Oh! Oh, there's... Oh no. Okay, let's just play this fight on a theoretical scenario where you didn't die here, you were able to survive. Okay, so then, unfortunately with push, I mean it's balanced this way, but it gets really hard to position late, right? You see how they have all the angles in you. So then, what do you think you could do? You're 40% on copy. What do you think you can do? What is it?
Yeah, a really hard flank around.
Yeah, I would consider trying a hard flank and waiting for your Junker Queen to shout in, and then popping out on either a hit scan or popping out in a hit scan. Try to not use your shift, just walk forward sticky, and then shift out back towards your team on main, maybe. Something to consider. I mean, there's no real good solutions, unfortunately, because of the way the map is balanced, but that is something to consider at least. Okay, so then do we get May from here on out? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't want to look at May. I want to go to your form. Is that cool with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions about your Echo gameplay specifically before we get to your form?
It's not so much questions. It's more just I really struggle to play in like a divey play style.
Yes.
Like I feel like I'm quite good at playing in a pokey play style.
Okay. We can work with that though.
I don't have the adaptability.
Sure, okay, 100%. That makes sense. The key thing to understand is you could have made a complete wrong read versus this composition and said, I don't want to die versus these guys. I want to spam. But do you remember what we talked about on the very first fight? We gave you two options, remember? One was about finding a way to get on top of these guys for the quote-unquote divey playstyle, right? What was the second one?
Blowing up the tank.
Right, what was the better spam angle for you, right? It was something here. Or even if you wanted to spam the back line, it was doing it in a better position. Remember this fight? Down here, right? We were thinking about, okay, even if we don't want to spam the tank, what if we want to spam the back line? The better position to do that from is jiggle peeking here. Peek out, throw some stickies, peek out, shoot a headshot height, then duck back behind cover again. You see what I'm saying? So there is room for growth, not only with your aggressive dive flank, going killing their backline like a tracer positioning, but even if you just want to kind of stand back and just watch the world burn from 25 meters away, mashing mouse 1, you can position better for that one too. Do you see what I'm saying? Now this position here definitely felt a little tricky. Remember when they were in the choke? I don't know how you would spam this choke better, to be frank with you. This one felt like maybe the only option was either to dive or to let them out of the choke, and then maybe you could spam them a little bit. But in most situations on most maps versus most compositions, if you want to spam, you're going to be able to spam. You just need to find a way to avoid your counters and play to your strengths when you do spam. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Something to practice. This is not easy. This is going to take some time. Like, you can look through the SVOD and everything, oh, it makes sense. But like you said, you know these things. It's about applying it.
Applying them.
Exactly. What I hope that you get from this before we go to your forum is that you kind of know generally that I need to be looking at, was I playing in a position that played to my hero's strengths? That has to be the question. You see what I'm saying? And whenever I asked you these questions early on, like, you know, playing high ground here, or you always gave me good answers. So that needs to be something that you're doing on your own time in between games. Just even 5 minutes. Look at a couple of team fights that felt bad, but like, was I positioned well to put out good pressure without dying? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, that has to be the goal. And that's something that I can help you with as well. Let's take a look at your form. And the reason why I wanted to look at your form so much was you had a question, which was, what do I swap to, basically? So if they're playing double hit scan, there was ways of playing around it on this map. But if you have a better, like a map like, you know, Junkertown First, and there's a Widowmaker, it might be hard to play Echo into that, right? Unless you can get a good spamming on their tank. So tying into that was also your mechanics, which looked shaky, frankly.
Yeah.
And then a very concerning message in my form. Additional notes you would like Spilo to know. I may decide to change this.
Exactly right.
What is it?
I don't remember exactly what I wrote.
Well, you're about to hear it. I may decide to change this to a support VOD.
Oh yeah.
Do you see why that could be a concern? So then we keep scrolling, and let's get where I wanted to see here. And then we get to what is your hero pool and ranked, and this isn't even your mid-diamond support. I see Tracer, Ash, Cassidy, Echo. And then you also just showed me a game where you played Mei. And then if I keep digging, I'm really throwing you under the bus. You're going to have to forgive me. I go to your training, playing 2 to 3 games a day, maybe once or twice a fortnight, skipping a day, and once or twice a fortnight, I grind more. So there's inconsistency with your training. At least keep in mind, this was before Overwatch 2, so I'm sure these things have changed. But at least there has been in the past a lot of inconsistency with your training, not only in your frequency, but in the type of training that you're doing, because we've gone from being mid-diamond support main to submitting a DPS VOD of a projectile hero, while also having an expansive hit scan hero pool, and then also just randomly playing Mei too, because why not?
I blame Overwatch for making lots of heroes really, really fun. To be honest.
Dude, I understand 100%. I am awful at this. But here's the thing. So when I played ranked and focused on improvement, because that's what I wanted more, then I played only Zenyatta Ana and I climbed the GM. Okay? As soon as I hit that goal, do you know what I did? I played quick play, I played with friends, and I played everything. And I was pretty mediocre at most things. I was still better at Zenyatta and Ana, but I just didn't care. I just had so much fun playing. I'm with you on that one. So what you have to do is, I'm not chastising you. I'm simply pointing out a conflict of interest. There's nothing wrong with wanting to get better at a little bit of everything, and that's your main goal. And you don't mind slow climbing, I guess, right? There's nothing wrong with hard focusing and hard grinding and just wanting to rank up. I'm doing you a favor, though, by pointing out that whatever one you want to do, whatever one is more of a priority for you, there's conflicts of interest. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I've just got to pick.
Yeah, we need to pick one more important. You could be the guy. I have known players that have gotten to Masters playing a little bit of everything. They usually have to play a lot because it takes a lot of time. They usually have a good macro understanding of the game. So maybe they're not as good at micro, but they understand. They're good with old economy. They're good with understanding positioning. They have a good feel for the game, you know? And oftentimes they don't play like highly specialist heroes. Like they maybe don't play the Tracer, or maybe they don't play the Wrecking Ball, or maybe they don't play the Lucio. They play more basic heroes that kind of aren't like the Cassidy's, you know, the Annas. They're going to play some Reinhardt or Winston, right? They're not that those are easy heroes, but they aren't incredibly. You have to know this mechanical trick to be able to do well with this hero, right? Wall riding or whatever. That could be you. There's absolutely nothing wrong with ranking up slowly and patiently and having that variety of hero pool, because if that's what you find fun doing, then that's also going to motivate you to play more, which coincidentally is how you're going to get better, right?
Yeah.
So I don't even want you to necessarily, you don't have to sit here under the hot seat and tell me what your plan is going to be moving forward. I think this is something that you need to kind of think about on your own. You kind of see what I'm saying? Okay. So let me look a little bit through. Well, do you have any questions about that, by the way, before we just blow past it?
And it feels very hard to pick between, do I want to get good at like one hero or like a few similar heroes, or play the whole cast and improve incredibly slowly.
So how do you pick? Introspection is how you pick, but there's another way to help you decide as well. If you are 5 years old and you don't know whether you like an apple or a banana, how do you decide?
You do both. You eat both.
Yeah, you eat both, and then you go, gross. That sucks. I might eat the other one, right? So what do you think? What's my recommendation then?
Pick one, try it for a few weeks, and then see if I like it or not.
Yeah, 100%. So for you, we talked about Echo today, but a lot of what we talked about with Echo, what is important with a lot of DPS, right? You know, taking angles that are appropriate for the range that your hero plays, whether that's Tracer or Ashe or Cassidy or Mei or whatever, and then grind it out. Get your hero pool down. If you're serious about improvement, I would recommend no more than 3. Maybe Echo, Ashe, Cassidy, Echo, Tracer, Mei, you know, something like that. Grind it out a couple weeks. Focus on some of the things that we talked about with playing to your hero strengths of positioning. Watch some of my other VODs on YouTube on some heroes. And you can message me, by the way, too. Don't hesitate to message me any questions you may have about a hero. I give you a quick tip or something, like a little bit of guideline. See how it goes. And if you're like 2, 3, 4 weeks in, you're like, I'm really not having fun playing. I'm having a hard time motivating myself to play. And not even necessarily like, maybe I don't care if you lose all your games, but if you're actually like, this is still pretty fun, you know, okay. And if you're like, this is not fun, this is not for me, okay. Play your flex play style. I can give you some things to work on for just as a flex player, and enjoy being pretty darn good at the game. You won't be the greatest, but you're already Plat Diamond, right? You're already above a significant portion of the player base. You're having fun. Who cares, right?
That's true. Yeah.
So that's my recommendation to you. You're not a poor, pathetic sap like me that has to be good, otherwise I'm out of a job. You can do whatever you like. While we're on that topic, I will say, whether you're looking to improve casually or looking to improve seriously, there is a lot of variance. So you talked about skipping a day. I don't have a problem with that. I think that's totally fine. But once or twice a fortnight, I grind more. Whenever possible, aiming for more than 2 or 3 games a day will help you, whether you're playing seriously or playing to just improve. I would, especially with the shorter queue times, bumping that number up and being more consistent with it just a little bit would be helpful, if that's at all possible with your schedule.
Definitely with OW2 coming up.
Okay. The queue times are definitely nice.
Yeah, and I play a lot more because it's a new game. And also
Right.
all my old friends have played again.
God, perfect. He says, what do you hope to get out of this session? You said, you want to focus more on focused practice and good mental habits. How to apply concepts in your own gameplay as opposed to learning new concepts that will inevitably not be implemented in my own play. Okay, so we've done basically everything, but I don't know if we've actually specifically targeted any of the questions that you had about those things: the focus practice, mental habits, applying concepts on your own. Can you specify some of the questions that you had with those? We have some extra time. Let's take it.
That was mostly like I'm pretty aware that I have the problem of like I feel like I know in a lot about the game in theory, but I can't. I don't seem to be able to apply it to my actual games.
Mm.
Do you have any like tips on how in the moment in the actual games to think about?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do I have to be actively thinking? Do I go to the thing or like? But that's really mentally tiring if I'm actively thinking about everything during a game.
Exactly.
Or like, do I like autopilot and grind for longer?
Yes.
But there's a risk that my autopilot is going to be, lead me back to Maiden.
I think the balance is, especially with a new game where you might be playing a lot, is to make sure that you have, especially early on in your training day, to have several games, 3, 4, 5 games, where you are intensely focusing, and this is key, on 1-2 aspects of your game. You need to be able to give yourself some focused goals on the heroes that you're playing. And then when those games are done, if you're like, I don't want to quit playing, right? Okay, play. Autopilot. Cruise with it. You need to kind of discriminate between I am working and improving and fully focused on specific things, and then I am just playing for fun.
Mm-hmm.
And those could be good. That can be a really good mental habit for you. But remember, the starting point has to be that you actually have something to improve upon. You know what I'm saying? That you're a specific goal. We did that with your Echo today. You need to be able to do that with your Tracer, Ash, and Cassidy. And if that is something that you're like, I'm not really sure, like playstyle wise with those, get my DMs. I'll give you some stuff that you can work on that'll probably be a good to practice regardless of what kind of a player you are. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Just make sure that you tell, it's like you tell your brain, this is when we're focused. This is when we can just chill, autopilot, and just have some fun. Before, I would often tell players, get on an alt account. That's not really as much of an option, I think, for most people in Overwatch 2, but you can still treat it the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Focus practice, is that the mental habits and focus practice both in one, or did you have other questions about those two things?
No, the focus practice was more about the when do I autopilot, when do
Right.
I
Okay.
I don't know, spend a lot of energy making it.
Okay.
Because like I used to be the player where I was actively trying to think about everything during a game, like where to
That's
play,
tricky.
flag and stuff, and I would just get burnt out. Like,
Yes.
after,
Yes.
games.
Yes. That's why I was saying, even when you are focus practicing, it's not just about the length. Oh, I'm going to get burned out either way. No. Like, if you're trying to focus on everything, yeah, that's not necessarily a good way to learn either. There's too much going on in Overwatch. You know what I'm saying? Even when you are focus practicing for those few games, it needs to be a little bit, you almost need to be ironically tunnel visioned on those things, if that makes any sense. And then generally tunnel visioned on not even tunnel vision, I would just say blank slate. I think that's a better term afterwards. Just play the game, right? You're tunnel vision on a couple of things early, you're focused, intensity, and then after that you just play the game. You talk about, go ahead, sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, perfect. Somebody's chat says a good thing you did the replay. They just dropped the new patch and wiped replays. Bless me. That would have been unfortunate. I mean, actually, you know what? I'm still in the game right now, so I assume we would have been okay. But if we'd exited, it would have been bad news. You talked a little bit. Last thing is how to apply concepts of your own gameplay as opposed to learning concepts. So is that, in other words, you kind of want to be able to teach yourself a little bit better? Is that the case, or am I misreading?
Yeah, I've tried doing self-log reviews before for my own games, but I just I don't know. I feel really biased towards myself, even with like the
everybody is usually
hindsight.
Yes.
Like I feel I struggle critiquing this.
What you do is sorry if I interrupt, you go, well, I couldn't do this because I thought, you justify, right? Okay. Everybody struggles with that. I struggled with that for a long time. And this was as I was already a coach. This was several years ago, right? So then the question needs to, first off, you need to go into the VOD review knowing what you're looking for, right? Don't just go into a team fight and be like, what, did I make any mistakes this team fight? And just like cherry pick it, right? No. It needs to be what you were specifically working on. How did you do? Could you have done it better? And that second question is really important because it's not so much, oh, why did I do that? Or the question needs to be, for example, if you were working on positioning with Echo after today, okay? Look at the VOD, look at the team fight, and don't ask yourself, what mistakes did I make? Ask yourself the simple question, was my positioning good and could it have been better? That's it.
So going into it with like an aim.
Yes, an aim, and then also don't try and justify it. Just say, hey, you played. You could even be like, yeah, that one was good, but was there a better flank, or was there a better position, or could my corner usage could have been better, or should I not have been flanking this fight? Right? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not, oh, was this good or bad? Could it have been better? Right? Could it have theoretically have been better, and then how? Right? As I pull my earbuds out of my ears. Whoops. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, that has to be the goal. Is, like I said, giving it an aim and then also asking yourself the question, what about it could it have been better? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
If I like, this specific to Echo is if I do put myself in those kind of divey positions and try and dive in people.
Yep.
Are my mechanics going to, like, how long is it going to take for my mechanics to improve? Because like Echo is just too mechanically hard for me sometimes.
Do you want a solution? Sadly, this ties into something that we said earlier. You need to play her more.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. You need to play her more. That's why Echo is definitely borderline for me, where if you do end up going for the more generalist playstyle, unless you really truly love playing her, she is a little bit specialist, right? There is a different skill set for landing stickies. That aggressive close range playstyle that sometimes you go for is unique, right? So just be aware. My answer is not very nice, but that's unfortunately the truth. You could do it, but it's going to be hard if you're, playing Echo once every day, or once every other day.
Yeah, I'd have to focus on it.
Yeah, you'd have to focus on it. You need to put a little bit more time into it. I like to say if you can get 2 games of a hero per day, especially at the Plat, Diamond range, Gold range, you will see improvement over time mechanically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
No, nothing else.
Okay. I want you to keep in touch. Keep in touch with the self-review. Keep in touch with your experimentation with the different approaches to playing the game. Keep in touch if you're like, I don't know, I decided I'm going to play these heroes. I have no idea. Like, do you give any suggestions for things I can focus on? I can help with any of those things. Just keep in touch. Sound good?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
All right, mate. Keep in touch. I appreciate it. And you have a good rest of your day.
Yes.
All right. You're very welcome. Have a good one.
Yes.
All right. So that was Bean, the Echo Extraordinaire. That's my favorite word. Did the replays get wiped? They're not wiped for me, y'all. Maybe if you restart, it would wipe. Okay. So that was fun, and I have some very exciting news, chat. It's almost time. It's almost time. Because, guys, we are going to be doing our hero rework tier list. So I'm super excited to be doing this. This has been something we wanted to do for a while. And let me get this pulled up. Overwatch 2 hero tier list. Maker. No. Tier list template. Help. No. Wait, I got one. We're good. We're good. Okay, give me 1 second. Chat. We're good. Mods? Okay, so here's the deal, chat. I want y'all's help with this one. I always love help. I said it earlier in the stream. I want people's help with the tier list. Now, here's what's going to apply. Let's actually add another here. Add a row below. Doesn't apply. In other words, this hero literally received nothing. What? Oh, no. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, and then D, we'll do like black here. Or no, I'll do gray. Gray, yeah. Okay, so basically, here's what my goal. My goal is I want to grade heroes based off of their design, ability rework, and how they feel and flow in the game with their updated changes. This is not, let me repeat, this is not a hero strength tier list. So I like what they did with Doom. I don't think it's necessarily been fully successful. I think he needs a lot of balance changes, but I would not put Doom in D tier just because he sucks. I think he needs some better balancing, but overall, I think it's they went in the right direction with him. Like, it's good. He just needs more work. You kind of see what I'm saying? So what we're going to try and do is we're going to try and grade how I like how they adjusted how the hero, or how I feel the hero aged in Overwatch 2. Okay, do you guys have any questions? Otherwise, we're going to go just jump in. I feel like I probably should incorporate... okay, here's the other thing. Should I incorporate cosmetics? should I incorporate the cosmetic redesign too? Should that be a factor as well? I feel like it probably shouldn't. I feel like it should. I feel like that's kind of corny, but I don't know. That'd be so much fun. I don't know. What do you guys think, chat? Like, I love Widow's redesign, but Genji with a hoodie just doesn't do it for me. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Or like a 10-second delay. Is it that bad, chat? I'm sorry. Okay. Either way. Either way, let's just get started. So, Wrecking Ball is really easy. I don't think he got any changes whatsoever that I'm aware of. Do his temporary shields feed ult charge? Maybe. Yeah, but that's more of a balance thing. Plays exact same. Didn't get any changes. Visual redesign, pretty minimal from what I know. Okay. All right. Kiriko also doesn't apply. There was no Overwatch 1, so doesn't apply. Okay. Actually, Junkrat doesn't really apply either, no? Like, okay, you know what? Ooh, chat, what about sound design? What about sound design? Because, or like visual / sound design, because Junkrat also doesn't apply, but then you're also like, this here, the projectiles like glow more, right? What do you guys think? But I guess Junkrat hasn't changed that much, so I wouldn't even apply it there either. So again, Junkrat doesn't apply. This has been the easiest tier list ever. Okay, Ana didn't get much. Okay, so Ana's nade, chat, this is why I need y'all's help. Ana's nade got nerfed in terms of duration, and Ana's sleep dart got increased in cooldown. What about beta heroes? I'll probably include this because they've gotten some changes. So, but at the same time, oh, you know what, chat? Oh, I forgot something. You have to factor in the support passive, because I was thinking Ana hasn't gotten a lot of changes, but holy mackerel, does she benefit a lot from the support changes, the support passive. She benefits from that a lot. I feel like I should probably, so I think like you could even put Ana, I'm not sure if A is where she's at, but I'm feeling good things about Ana because I feel like her cooldowns are a little bit more impactful, and her her passive heal, she benefited from it a lot. Not just in terms, again, I'm not talking power, but it's satisfying to play Ana, even a little bit better than an Overwatch 1, I'd say. You have more time to do different things because you have to heal bot a little bit less. The support passive is a huge quality of life change. I really think Ana feels pretty good. Okay. Soldier got nothing, no? Right? Nothing. Oh, no, he didn't. He did. You can headshot with visor if you aim at it. Right? Right? Wait, Junkrat? Oh, chat. Patch notes. I don't know. What? Chat, where are the patch notes? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Where are the patch notes in Overwatch 2? I'm a brand new player looking to get in Overwatch 2. Why do I have to remember what was done in beta like 7 months ago? Where? Where are they? Where? Beta? Do I have to go down through beta and look at all the individual changes back from April? I'm not scrolling past them. I'm not. Look. Where are the full changes going from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2? I'm looking for everything. What do I need to know going into Overwatch 2? Billion-dollar company. Billion-dollar company. Where are they? Where are they? As I projectile spittle myself. Kidding me, man. Laura. You're joking. Wait, where's Soldier? Did Soldier just not get any changes in the first round of beta? I don't remember this, chat. It's been months. There's been so many changes since then. Nobody has a list of all the changes? The game is... Do people just log in and be like, oh, I guess that ability does that now? Not everybody was part of the alpha and the beta. Crazy, man. Okay. Damage got nerfed. Movement speed got nerfed because of the passive DPS speed boost, but also the DPS speed boost got fixed, right? And this isn't changed? Okay, now allows for critical hits. No longer moves damage fall off from heavy pulse rifle. I mean, okay, like, so annoying. I guess that's it. I don't think there were any changes. I think that was mostly it. So the crit headshot change. I'm trying to think. Okay, let's put it this way. I will put Soldier in C tier because I don't think he benefits much from the DPS passive. It doesn't feel like. I mean, I don't like the DPS passive. Let me just put that out there. Posture check. Thank you. So these are all positives, I would say. All positive. If it's at the D, it's negative. C, Soldier being able to crit with Tucked Visor. It's fun. It's a positive, right? Again, we're not talking about balance here, but it does make it a little bit more engaging to use. So, yeah. Move webcam to the top right. Oh yeah. How about we do this? Tier rework tier list. Not even gonna move it, just gonna let it dangle out there. Face cover. Yeah. That's good, right? That's good. Hello, everybody! It's my IRL height on stream. Okay. Shut up, Baggins. Don't say anything, Lucky. Okay, listen. So Soldier, I think net positive. Yeah, okay. You know, okay. But just nothing major. So Brig lost her shield stun, which was definitely annoying to play against. Again, I'm not just considering this from the person's main, but also the general balance of the game. I didn't like shield bash. However, I can also see that it was a fundamental part of her ability to peel. She can no longer... It's temporary HP, right? So I'm pretty sure Rally is all temporary health now, not armor. Cooldown is reduced. Distance is better. Inspire now also triggers from shield batch damage. Was that not the case? Wow, okay. Like me out to the pocket. Okay. Surely, chat. Surely I don't have to scroll through every single patch. I know, dude, I coached the game in Overwatch League, and even I can't remember all the stupid patch changes. How do they expect the average person to do this? Joke. Okay, Brig, I'll probably also put in C tier because I do think it was a net positive, but I can get the frustration of not being able to stun with Shield Bash being a major problem for people that play the hero. Oh, good. The replay viewer works now? Lovely. Also, Rally being not armor is a lot less annoying to play against as well. Like, it was just too strong. So, I think overall, I could see Brig being B. I'm not sure. I'm gonna put her in B. The lack of the stun, Rally being less frustrating to play against, feels, and there's more mobility. There's a lower cooldown. There's more options for her. I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, Sojourn. Actually, it does apply because there were a lot of juicers from her initial release to the current position. She was unbelievably broken on release because her little wonker thing did 200 damage instead of the 300, the little the buzzer. Okay, it did 300 damage instead of 200 damage total. It was like unbelievably powerful, and she could also, I think her one shot was like a much lower charge too, and she charged off of like shields like super fast. Yeah. So what did they change with Sojourn? So I know they nerfed the hitbox of the honker gun, but then they made her primary fire a little bit faster. So then this, right about here, like this patch change really did it for folks, right? More ammo, more rate of fire, wonkity wonk. She wasn't played early on because she just didn't mesh with the meta well, but she was already a strong hero, and then they buffed her further, and then it just kind of like broke the meta really. So then we start seeing a lot of Sojourn. Did she not get nerfed here? I thought she got nerfed. Maybe she didn't get nerfed. I don't know. Yeah, so they reduce the projectile rate now scales with the energy level, so it actually gets bigger the higher charge you are, and the fire rate was reduced. I don't know, they really didn't really do a lot to her. They made the E a lot less frustrating to play against. They made the right click a little bit more. I don't know. This might be a little bit of a hot take, but I was never a huge fan of the way Railgun works. It feels fun, but it also sucks to play against because there is no counterplay. Like, she could just be doing, jukity and just blast out a hit. There's no slowing down, there's no staticness, there's no charge up time. When she has it, she hits the shot or she doesn't. And it could be a micropixel, but you're done. So it's like, there's no mobility cost, I guess. I was hoping that, and I gave feedback towards this. Maybe I'm an idiot. Don't be afraid to call me an idiot. But I gave feedback that I would have liked to have seen her move less away from Railgun being a one-shot and more of it being like a Soldier 76 burst, but hit scan and could still headshot, but just didn't one-shot. And I also would have liked to have seen more buff to her M1 in some way, shape, or form, maybe? I don't know. I felt like the problem with the hero is that, like, if you're in a lower rank and you're not hitting your railguns, then the hero feels horrible. Something happened to me. What happened to me? What happened? Hello? It's not showing up in the activity feed.
More Tracer Guides smile.
What happened? Donation? Oh, thank you. But I don't know who to thank, and I don't know how much for. Why is it not showing up in my activity feed? I got a freaking posture check, but I don't have a donation. Oh, $5. Thank you. Who donated the $5? Me. Oh. Well, we'll work at the Tracer thing. Tracer is not a huge priority for me, but she's also not low in the totem pole either. It's just that there's so many other heroes, and they take me so long, guys. I've cried blood over the stupid guides. Oh, there's so much work. Oh, they're worth it, but there's so much work. Okay, anyway. Thank you for the donation. Galaxy Pigs. I appreciate it. So Sojourn for me has like a really high skill ceiling. She could be a high skill hero, but I hate that it's like you hit the railgun, it's like, ugh. It just feels like literally like, okay, there's literally nothing I can do about that. That's just, okay, GG's. And then if you don't hit the railgun, dude, she does even less than Widowmaker on some maps. Like Widowmaker obviously is a little bit more map dependent, so I guess she gets the option of being more, but like on a good Widowmaker map, you don't even necessarily need to be popping off to get value. You can control sightline, you've got good damage pressure, you have good sightline pressure, there's the element of pressure, there's element of fear. Dude, Sojourn, I've played some games against Sojourns on the enemy team, and they're just like invisible the whole game. They're just completely invisible. I don't know. All the newly released heroes have high ceilings, so like I think overall Sojourn did get a rework, but I'm not like, I don't know what I wanted from her, but she still is just the one-shot farmer. Like that's just what she is. Like that's just, she's basically still, I farm up railgun and I hit the railgun. I love the way shift works. It's one of the best mobilities in the entire game. And I am a big Sojourn fan. The hero feels amazing to play. I just don't think that they did as much with her as they could have. Cassidy, okay, what do they do with Cassidy? I have to do this again. I really disdain this and everything about this. Okay. Fan the Hammer does faster fire rate, so that's just dandy. 131 damage, yada. This is overall a positive change. I think this is overall a positive change. Basically, Deadeye is not a death sentence now. There's like some actual utility about it. Magnetic Grenade is technically better than Flashbang. And doesn't he have a roll thingy now? Doesn't he do a little zipperoo? He takes less damage while he's rolling? No? Isn't that a thing? I don't even know anymore. What is my name, chat? Where am I? What? Why do I have to do this for every stupid hero? Why? Please share. Okay, yeah, see, you can roll for damage reduction. I assume they kept that. I don't know. Nobody knows. It's a complete guess. Did they just randomly change it? Nobody knows. Apparently nobody at the Blizzard has the ability to type notes on the heroes that you released for the $1 billion game. So we're gonna put Cassidy in B, because I think overall, small net positive for his ult, small net positive for his roll. Add some skill into it for sure. Small net positive for the sticky grenade. Ow. I'll give it a B. Nothing spectacular. It doesn't feel like everything was like super major, but yeah. It feels like everything they did was a net positive. I'm not testing. I'm not being paid to test these things. I just want to know what they do. I want to, look at this. They even bait you. Look at these guys. Look at these guys. Oh, where is it? Welcome check out the new heroes, new and old on the heroes pages. Okay. It doesn't even take you to the heroes page. It doesn't even take you to the heroes page. You click on the link and you're like, where do I go? And then you click it. This tells me nothing! What has changed? The overwhelming majority of people playing this game played it in Overwatch 1. They already know what Honest Kit is. They want to know what's changed. You have got to be kidding me. So again, Cassidy overwhelmingly, okay, not overwhelming, but like meh changes, but overall positive. I don't think anything negative about him has happened. It's overall positive. Hair check. Man. Okay. Yeah, the website does look clean. Okay. Junker Queen. Junker Queen definitely applies because there was a lot of changes and goofiness. She was wildly broken. Overwatch League didn't even play her on her initial release. I'm pretty sure Contenders played her on her initial release. By the time Overwatch League got their hands on her, she was already nerfed the first round. So like these nerfs had already gone through. So the radius reduction of the commanding shout, ability, the decay, the duration increased, and then the radius was reduced. So that was overall a net positive change, made her a little bit less broken, but she was still hard meta. And then, okay, you know what? Something absolutely stone dead pathetic. Here's something stone dead pathetic. I don't know why stone dead is the term I'm using there, but okay. You know what I'm gonna have to do, chat? I'm gonna have to go into competitive / Overwatch on the Reddit and scroll down onto the leaked Stage 4 patch notes to actually find out what Blizzard did and their own stupid game. I have to go on the Reddit and find leaked patch notes to know what happened in their own game. I don't even know. Like, we've already, wait, Brig, Inspired duration reduced. I forgot about that. How did I forget, chat? How could I possibly forget? That's right. Wait, let me click on this here. July, weird, there's a bug. There's the August thing isn't working. Let me keep trying this here. Surely that, nothing? Okay, that's weird. I have to go into stupid Google Doc. Okay? So I forgot about the Inspire reduction. That's kind of a bummer, but I guess that probably still keeps Brig in B. I don't know. I don't even know anymore. Sojourn, railgun energy gain reduced by an additional 50%. I forgot about that one. That one was a big change that shifted away from just AFK farming shields. Love the change. Kisses. Now let's focus on the Junker Queen crap. The health bonus reduced, the duration reduced, the temporary health. I mean, all in all, definitely positive changes with Junker Queen. I still have to give her a B. I just don't know where she falls into the meta exactly. Like, she's a very group team oriented tank, but like also the game is moving away from that. So they had to have her like wildly OP sustain, or the sustain is just not worth it. So I don't know. Okay. Okay. Hi, it's Cal from the Overwatch team. Hey, Cal. Okay, Baptiste. Fall off reduced. Healing increased. I'm still angry about this, chat, but I realize we have to be creatively frustrated about this. We can't be yelling at the same thing over and over again. I'm still having to go through the Okay. Okay, I think that was it. I think the ones in May were the big ones. No? Wait, what? Where is it? Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? Hero updates. Oh, there was 2 in May. This is the other one. Okay, I just skipped it. I mean, gee, how could I miss it when I'm... Okay, anyway. Now heals for 50 instantly and 50 over time instead of 100 over time. Additionally, the instant will be double. Okay, so basically, regenerative burst just had that initial burst of healing. Now, this is where we might have to diverge just a little bit, okay? Because, if this works, I'm gonna give you a fat kiss right in the lips, Bender. Don't hold me to that, please. Surely. It works. Wait, does it have the new Junker Queen changes? It does. Chat. Surely. Brig. Chat, it does. thank goodness I can actually just look at one spot. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so here's the thing. All right, here's the juice. This is where we get into power versus quality. Okay, so you know, buff, right? Buff, right? Buff, buff, right? So I would definitely say something like the support passive is really nice for BAP, so you don't have to use shift for yourself. You can use shift for other things. But I look at this, and we talked about this in the Overwatch League Discord when we were giving feedback, and they announced this one. And to be clear, at the time, anyway, BAP was not a strong hero. I'm still not convinced that he is super strong right now, at least at the elite levels. But he wasn't strong. He wasn't strong. We were playing him with Ryan because that was the best synergy with our Reinhardt. But BAP was not a strong hero. And the funny thing is even after this, wait, it doesn't say that the instant heal. Okay, so this doesn't bring up the instant heal, so maybe it isn't perfect. So we have to keep an eye on these. But the instant burst 50 or the instant burst 100 when somebody's low is really quite strong. But I'm going to be real, chat. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like healing that instantly heals you up. I don't like that. Doesn't feel right. So, yes, the hero is stronger. Yes, I like the support passive. But I would go as far to say put BAP in either C or even D. I might even put him in D. I think regenerative burst is more powerful, but that is not the direction that the hero needed to go. I understand the hero was not strong. His healing just did not feel very good in Overwatch 2 with the amount of dive and split targets. Just didn't feel very good. And getting lamp force just because a monkey sneezed at you sucked. But I don't like the instant heal aspect. I do feel like this was a negative direction for the hero. And we said this in feedback as the Reinhardt OTP team, at least at the time. And, you know, nothing was heard. So it happens. But I don't like the direction he's gone. It just feels really bad for me to have Baptiste. What is Baptiste's strengths? He heal, and when you jump him, he heal, and then he put lamp, and then he heal. I don't like that. Like there has to be some sort of. It feels it's starting to feel like Moira. You know, not obviously. I'm being exaggerating a little bit, but it feels bad when his defensive cooldown is heal a lot. You know, it's, I don't know. Is there nothing else that you guys could figure out, like a strength? Like could you make his weapon better? Could you provide like there has to be something more dynamic than that. Well, the burst heal was kind of necessary to heal up under lamp. Like he needed some sort of defensive cooldown, I think, but or at least needed some sort of versatility elsewhere. But I don't like what they did. I don't like what they did. Winston, definitely at least A. Even though he did not get many changes, the secondary fire thing is huge and so much fun. It's so much fun to use. It adds so much more dynamics to the hero. He got a little bit more survivability, which he needed, which made it a lot. Again, obviously, power isn't the same thing as fun, but it definitely is important. Got a little bit more HP in his barrier. Knockbacks being reduced feels great with Winston. I would definitely say A, maybe S, even though he didn't get a lot. What he did get feels amazing. Amazing, I say. Amazing. Feels amazing. Oh, chat, I lied. I know who we're putting in S. Yoinkies. What do y'all think? Dude. Obviously, this one applied either way. More HP, more armor. Definitely makes him feel more flexible and less reliant on having a heal pocket all the time. 2 charges of Fire Strike, and I believe they actually travel faster too. So this doesn't get all the changes, but they actually travel faster, so they're easier to hit on non-Reinhardt targets. You could actually hit them on things, right? The barrier of his health shield went down, right? That's another good change, right? We're talking about overall playstyle, right? Charge can now be canceled. Oh my goodness. More steering turn rate. Slightly less broken pin when you land it. Still is a one shot and squishy, but and a reduction of cooldown of charge, so you can actually use it like a mobility cooldown now. Just how good the rework is itself. Just how good the rework is itself. In terms of like fun versus quality, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, freaking S tier, man. Awesome changes. So much more flexibility with playstyle. So much less frustrating to play with. Farah? I mean, positive, yes, I think, because this rewards skill shots more, right? So there's a little bit more of a ceiling with it. But yeah, nothing really. I think overall positive because it's an extra little bit of tech, like the tactical visor, but nothing spectacular. I don't like Pharah. I think Pharah, here's a hot take, y'all. Pharah metas in the pro level are one of the worst metas. They might I'm a big brawl hater, okay? I don't like Reaper. I don't like Mei. I mean, Mei, when Backbone plays it versus Dive is fun, but Mei mirrors, I just don't like Mei mirrors. I don't like Reaper. I don't like Sombra, Moira, Lucio. You can't see anything that's going on. Sucks to watch. And I've coached those metas many times successfully, but I just don't like them. What might actually be worse is freaking Pharah metas. Pharmacy metas, holy crap. I don't want to see 2 Pharahs whizzing rockets at each other, and every 20 minutes, oh, a double direct! For the rest of the 20 minutes. Oh, it's so boring. I would honestly rather deal with a Junker Queen meta, which was like the worst, like one of the worst brawl metas that we've had in a while, than that. I do not like Pharah, but the rework I think was largely positive. Zarya! Base health increased. Good. I mean, obviously this is all fine here. I mean, most of the tank changes are going to make it more fun to play. So this is huge. This is absolutely delightful, delectable, succulent juice. Really just a spectacular change. This is like a perfect example of like there wasn't a lot that needed help with Zarya, but being able to selectively use your bubbles is just, it's like one of those changes to where like you were actually like, it's the Reinhardt pin cancel, where I'm sure people did come up with that idea before. It wasn't just Blizzard, but this one it never occurred to me. And I'm like looking at it and I'm like, why haven't I thought of this? This is amazing. The energy decay, I think is a good change as well. It forces you to actually like consistently and dynamically play well with your barriers and not just, oh, I used those bubbles really well that one time and now I'm just permanently high charge. I mean, I think certainly A, maybe S. I'll put her S for now. But yeah, great change. Great change. It's clearly made her a stronger hero too. A lot of these changes, if they're really, really good, are also going to make the character really, really good. That's not an accident. There's exceptions to that rule, right? Like obviously look down here at like a Baptiste, right? I put him in a negative, but he's definitely a stronger hero, right? Because of it. But yeah, okay. Echo. That's a good change. Makes her less frustrating to play against. I'm a fan. Sure. I mean, to be honest, I'm like this close. I mean, wasn't this the case in Overwatch 1 though? Am I smoking something, chat? Wasn't this the case in Overwatch 1? Wait, so if I copied a tank, 500 HP. Whoa. I've been out of the Overwatch 1 competitive scene for too long. I'm telling you, I just haven't played in ages. Okay, well then that is clearly a positive change. I'll give it a B change. This is whatever, to be honest. This is almost so marginal that I almost put her in doesn't apply. But if this is really Overwatch 2 new, then this is a B tier change, because yes, it makes the hero weaker, but it was not what the hero should be strong at. A hero shouldn't be strong because you build up your ultimate and then you get to copy a tank. And everybody knows, okay, here comes a tank copy, right? And honestly, it was kind of boring as an Echo player too, because if you weren't copying a tank 9 times out of 10, you were trolling. Now, when you copy somebody, there's actually a little bit of thought. Junker Queen, Orisa, Diva, tanks that have really good defensive cooldowns are still pretty decent. But then also, like we talked about earlier, the Ana copy, really, really good. Copy, heck, you can unironically copy a Widowmaker. I've seen it. I've seen it work out. Like, this kind of stuff actually is, there's an actual thought process behind using your ultimate now instead of just copy tank. So, big change with her ultimate. Very much a fan of that. Obviously, it does make her weaker, but I think that was definitely a huge positive change. Oh, maybe I am, yeah. They did it in experimental mode? Gotcha, okay. Doomfist. Okay, scalding hot take. Now. Well, before we look at it, let's look at the changes really quick. I'm actually torn with this one, and I'll explain why in a second. I'm gonna put him in C. I'm torn between C and B because I think that he's a lot of fun to play. He's tricky, but there's a lot of dynamics to him. They somehow managed to make him a tank and remove an entire ability, yet still feels like there's a lot of tech and nuance to him. They removed an ability, and he still has a lot of tech and nuance. That's pretty good. Not getting one shot, love it. Thank goodness. You get slammed by a Doomfist back in the day, you were dead. You get uppercut by a Doomfist by the day, you were dead. You get by the day, you were dead. But here's the thing. Okay, so this is the tricky thing with Doomfist. Okay, so let's look through the changes. Yada yada yada. Power block. Okay, so let's start with power block. The problem with power block is that he is incredibly reliant off of being able to charge up his punch to function as a tank. Obviously, it's a two-way street. Not two-way street. It does two things, right? It reduces the damage he takes. It's a tanking defensive ability. But the problem is it punishes you for having bad teammates, for people mess. Like, the thing is, guys, the threshold is so stinking low. Look at this. 90 damage. Chat. One body shot from a Hanzo. One fire strike from a Reinhardt, and you're cooked. You're cooked. You've just fed him punch. Anything. So the threshold feels too low. But then also, if you go up against a disciplined team and you don't farm punch as Doomfist, you're cooked. You have to block 90, not take 90. Okay, well, either way, because the mitigation is 80%, it's really a simple math equation, right? 80% of 100 is 90% of x, right? So then you go 80x cross multiply equals 9,000, right? Cross out both zeros because 8 into 900, and that's about 110 damage. Okay? So 110 damage. So, okay, yeah, you hit a fire strike, you're not technically cooked, but a fire strike does 90 damage. So you're almost there. Your mercy can sneeze in this general direction. 112.5, yeah. Which is coincidentally, well, never mind. I won't bore. And that's basically it. So the problem is when you play up against a Doomfist, and we found this to be the case in even with Pro Overwatch League Doomfist, if you charge their punch, we've just lost the fight. They have essentially an ultimate. What is this stupid ability? He stuns you for 6 years. You can't move. There's no counterplay. It's AoE. This is brain dead, right? And then if you don't feed punch, he just doesn't do anything. Like, and then it keeps going, guys. It keeps going. So his defensive cooldown is also what enables him to be offensive. And it feels really bad playing up against a team that feeds punch, and it feels really bad as a Doomfist if you don't get your punch fed. And then chat was saying you do lose a little bit of your mobility, your stair slam, turn slam. Okay, that kind of stinks a little bit. I get it, okay? The seismic slam, whatever. But here's the thing with the seismic slam. They removed the slow from it. So basically, when you slam, used to be in Overwatch 1 and early on in Overwatch 2, is that when you hit your E, the target was slowed, so it was easier to combo and also easier to land your shots. But what we discovered is that with the new flippin' stupid brain dead ultimate, is when you hit your meteor strike, where is it? Wait, is it not there, chat? It used to be, maybe it's not there anymore. When you got hit by meteor strike, yeah, here it is. No longer knocks back targets. All targets hit by meteor strike are slowed by 50% for 2 seconds. This, in combination with the seismic slam slow, was atrocious. Atrocious. It was so obnoxious being chained by those abilities, and there was actually nothing you could do about it. It felt really, really bad to play up against a Doomfist who was getting charge punch and then combo slow chaining you, and you literally couldn't escape. You died. You died to his ultimate. There's nothing you could do. Because you got slow chained either into his ultimate or into his, you get slowed by his ultimate into a slam, and then you die. It felt horrible. And of course, all the NA hive mind in Overwatch League, not naming any names, loved it because they're all Doom OTPs. I know I'm not actually Doom OTPs, but it felt terrible. It felt terrible. So then what they do is that they nerf the slam. But now the problem is it is actually really freaking hard to get kills with Doomfist now. There's things like AoE punch, which I'm honestly not too sure about either. There's the fact that punch goes from being almost completely worthless, not completely worthless, but significantly weaker. And then when you charge up the punch, it's like infinitely stronger in terms of damage, stun duration, all those kind of things. Basically, my initial complaint with Doomfist on its first run of beta, it's like they took all the CC out of the game, the annoying CC out of the game, and just slapped it all on Doomfist. This stupid charge punch, this stupid slam, this stupid ultimate. And then when you removed those things, the hero had nothing. So, I don't know. The problem with Doomfist is it's the problem with Roadhog. where what makes him most frustrating is the only thing that keeps him relevant, which was his slow and his power punch. So I think, actually, no, I'm reconsidering this now. I actually think this was this was probably the worst rework of the bunch. The hero is still fun to play, but they've essentially designed a hero in its current state that feels impossible to balance. Because what do? Do you give Slam its slow again so Doomfist can actually get kills, but then now you're just dooming every support to instant death? Do you make Charge Punch relevant, where there's, okay, well, my one teammate is an idiot, and now my entire team is just dead? It feels stupid that his best offensive ability, which is charging up power block, is also his only defensive ability. So it just feels like a bad design philosophy. He needs to use it to survive, but that's also what makes him really powerful. So, like, imagine if Orisa Fortify, when you shot Fortify, it, like, tripled her attack speed. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't like what they did. Right now, he just doesn't feel possible to balance. He still feels like a DPS hero trying to be a tank, and if he's not one-shotting squishies, it just doesn't feel that good. Oh, they're gonna buff him. I'm sure they will, but I actually think we've bumped Doomfist to negative. Doomfist has been down a tier. GG's Doomfist. Unlucky. Okay. Hanzo didn't get a lot of changes. Honestly, 70 to 65, the passive doesn't affect him either. I'm gonna put him on doesn't apply. Nothing significant enough. Tracer, mostly just the damage nerf, right? I don't know. So she benefits a lot from the damage passive, but I hate the damage passive so much that I'm like not even going to give that as a positive thing. I don't know. Let me put this very clear, chat. People in this tier, I'm not saying that they needed more work. They just didn't need much. Like, I look at Tracer and I'm like, she got a damage nerf, which probably was a little bit excessive, but I get it. Given the way the game works, with how much common dueling is. So her adjustment felt probably a net positive. It would have been better to put her at 5 damage than to have her at 6 in Overwatch 2, I would say. But also, like, that was all she got. That was all she needed. I'm putting her in C tier. This does not mean. Well, actually, I don't know. Is that the right way to frame things, chat? Because all of these other heroes are like meh, right? I'll put her in A. I can't start measuring things based off of the quantity of changes that they got. I think Tracer's in a good spot right now. I like what they did with her. She didn't need anything more. You see what I'm saying? You see my problem, chat. I'm trying to, like, think of how to phrase that. I think what they did with her was correct. Same thing with Ana. Ana didn't get a lot of changes, but what they did was very impactful to her. It made her feel like in a better position overall in the course of the game. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with the DPS passive. Should we reconsider Pharah, chat? Because Pharah didn't get much, but she also didn't need much. But I also just hate Pharah, so I'm letting some of my internal bias creep in here. I don't know. Because yeah, maybe Pharah just deserves to stay in the dumpster. Okay. No, I don't want to change Pharah because she's not a very balanced hero. She's still oppressive in some situations, garbage in most situations. They've tried to buff her mobility in some ways, but she's just an awkward flying projectile hero. I don't know. I think they could have done more with Pharah. Diva. So Diva's busted right now. Turns out my prediction early on in Overwatch 2 was actually correct. I thought that wasn't correct because nobody played Diva, but then now the game goes live and now everybody's playing Diva. Now, she did get a little bit more buff, but yeah. Okay. Turns out I was right all along. I should never doubt myself. Weapon spread reduced. Okay. Movement speed penalty is reduced. I like this change. I think this is a net positive. I do like there needs to be cost to things, but it did feel a little severe. I can move a little bit more. Weapon spread reduced. I don't know if this was necessary. Impact of boosters ability increased to 25. I think this is a good change as well. I didn't like that it made it so negligent that it's like, why would you even go for the damage, right? Cooldown on micro missiles. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. I don't know, to be honest with Diva. Oh, hey, Fenzi. Diva's gonna get nerfed, y'all. I'm sure of it. What do I think? Compared from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, the primary fire movement speed was definitely better. But I don't know if I like the spread reduction, and I don't know if the micro missile reduction is necessarily. That's just power creep. I don't think she needed that. The booster impact, I think one was definitely positive as well. So you've got two positives, slight positives, but definitely positives, followed by a slight potential negative with two of them. Oh, shoot. Chat, they forgot the most important one. I almost forgot it too. 3-second matrix. I don't like that change. I don't like that change. I think that is too much. I think that is an actively negative change. I really don't like it. I think 3 seconds is way too much. I said I'm a fan of this one. I'm a fan of this one. This one I don't like that much. This one I don't like that much. So I was like neutral, you know? But the 3-second matrix, I don't like that. I don't think she needed it. She's got a lot of more health, a lot more armor. 2-second matrix is still good. I don't know. I don't like it. I actually think Diva might actually go in the D tier list. She's very strong, but I don't like the way that they balanced her. I don't. I think increasing matrix from 2 to 3, and then also she doesn't really go up elsewhere either, right? It's like these ended up being a net neutral, right? All of these changes, because it was like good, bad, minor, 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 minor. I don't like it. Yeah. Okay. Mercy is a weird one. I've heard a lot of complaints about Mercy in the past. To be honest, chat, this is one hero that I'm just unfamiliar with. So y'all are gonna have to bear with me. That's good. Pressing crouch during Guardian Angel launches you straight up in the air. Pressing jump during Guardian Angel launches you forward direction you're facing. This is a good one. I like Angelic Descent. That's really good. Wait, what? The Guardian Angel ability now has a meter that charges up when Guardian Angel is active? Whoa, what? Alright, chat, we have to actually try this. I'm gonna spur of the moment, I'm gonna test something for a whole 30 seconds and then decide where to place her in the tier list. Crouch, jump. Surely that's the best way of doing things, yeah? Yeah, so I don't love the fact that I do know that super jump was easier to do now. But I don't know if I like that, because what's the problem with Mercy, chat? What's the problem with Mercy? The problem with Mercy is she's too simple. She needed complexity, she needed a skill curve, and I feel like now this at least hints to me, I don't know for sure, maybe there is still a lot of ceiling, but they've just simplified one of the few challenging things about her, right? I'll have to check out the video, yeah. So now you've gone from a hero that didn't really require mechanics, but kind of did, to definitely doesn't require mechanics now. That seems like the wrong direction to go with a hero, no? That's not the right direction. We're going backwards. That's depressing. At least with the Doomfist one, they had an excuse of swapping roles entirely and changing up a lot of crap, you know? This one just seems like... Come on, y'all. You've been balancing Mercy for forever. You've known of Super Jump for forever. The practice range is still entering. Okay. So, there's a meter. Where is the meter? Okay, so there's the meter. And if it's not charged up a lot, I don't go very high. So, boing! That's so dumb. What? That's so dumb. Wait, and then if I Guardian Angel from a height, what? And then Angelic Descent. Wait, what? What the heck? Wait. Pressing crouch during Guardian Angel, pressing jump during Guardian Angel launches you forward in the direction you were facing. Okay, so it's like the old cancel, right? Wait. I mean, that's basically the same. Angelic Descent can now be activated by holding crouch. Hang on, y'all. Whoa! Well, what the heck was that? That was very jarring. I hit Guardian Angel. Whoosh. Holding crouch. Am I missing something? Whatever. Yeah, poopy. Respectfully, Dookie Cheeks. I feel like this isn't like... It's just negative. It's just worse. You took some of the thought out of the hero, and... I mean, I appreciate the meter and stuff, but like... It's not significantly worse. Like, you have to keep your eye on your meter, and now there's some little Dookie Lukes, little tricks there, but like... I don't know. I appreciate the effort, but I don't think it. So I will say respectfully, this I will admit ignorance on potentially. I might just not know a lot about the hero, and maybe there's some crazy tech that's now been unlocked. But on initial impression, negative. But it could be B tier. But we'll see. Literally just put her damage booster on a me. Oh, it's an interesting idea. That's a really interesting idea, actually. Interesting. Okay. Fires faster. I actually think this is a good change. Like, even though it's more of a balance change, it makes the hero feel more fun. I didn't like how slow his stupid gun felt. So I'll say positive. It's very, very minor, but positive. The reason why I'm not giving him more than that is because I would still love to see them actually rework his turret so that it's not just some boring AI auto aim thing. It doesn't feel very fun to play against. It doesn't feel very fun to play with. I would just love to see the hero reworked a little bit. His ultimate is kind of cool, but also just something that feels very passive and kind of dull. You know what I'm saying? Whoa, I popped off! I pooped on the floor! Like nobody cares. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's either annoying to die to or like, oh, that's cool, I guess. I don't know. I don't. Again, it's quality, not quantity, right? So even though he didn't get a lot of changes, it is a net positive, but there's still a lot more that they could have done to the hero. Okay, Sigma. Creation got major buffed. I think that's to compensate for the damage nerf so that the combo is still theoretically there. I don't know. I think these are overall good changes. I don't know what I would like, to be honest, but I see nothing bad here. This is good. This is good. This is good. Let's throw them into B. There's nothing that like blows me away, but like it's like the Cassidy changes. I don't know what I wanted. I don't have any suggestions, but it seems okay. But it doesn't blow me away like Reinhardt. And I don't necessarily think you have to be like blowing me away, because like think about Winston. Winston was already a good hero in Overwatch 1, at least at the pro level. Tracer was already a good hero, but what they did made it, oh wow, so much better. Anna, same thing, right? Reinhardt was just weak, so anything done to Reinhardt is going to be great. But this seems okay. This seems okay. I'm not reading chat. Ash. I mean, just doesn't apply. The DPS passive doesn't matter. The Bob change is like, okay. Nothing. It doesn't really matter. Oh boy. Sombra. 40% more damage to hack enemies. Ouchies. 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 Okay, so let's just do this. Let's do this. Okay. Where the heck is my epic gun? I gotta close on Overwatch. Pretty sure this was okay. Deal 40% more damage to hacked enemies. I'm gonna give that a yellow. Can you guys see that? Whatever. Yellow. Wasn't that the case in Overwatch 1? Maybe not. Yellow. This gets a green because I like having a little bit more range with their weapon. I didn't like the spread. Yellow. Kind of indifferent of this one. Good change. More counterplay. Good change. Less having a stupid health pack hacked for 60 seconds. Not sure on this one either. I don't care about this one. This is a good change. This is overall a good change, but a step back from where she was on beta. This is another good change. So here's the thing with Sombra. I think you're an idiot. You're an absolute idiot if you don't think that Sombra in Overwatch 2 is way less frustrating to play against than she is in Overwatch 1. If before everybody gets starts to type to me angrily, if they balance her ability to capitalize off of assassinations better. In theory, the design is better. I'm sorry, but any design that means changing this instead of what was it, freaking 6 seconds or 8 seconds, is a positive change. Yeah, you see, you guys say, oh, getting hacked off cool. I mean, yes, obviously. But do you not remember Overwatch 1? Do you not remember Overwatch 1? How quickly can you forget? I understand now that Sombra's more popular. But the net result, an EMP, okay, well, guess I'm not playing today, guys. So I understand. She's strong. She's popular. You're crying about it. I get it. I agree with you. But you're smoking something dank if you think that this is not better than Overwatch 1. I mean, you can actually play ball into Sombra now. Oh, playing Sombra. Guess I can't play Zenyatta. Guess I can't play Wrecking Ball. Guess I can't play Doomfist. She's stronger, yes, so you see her more. But can you imagine if Overwatch 1 Sombra had the pick rate and power level that Overwatch 2 Sombra has right now? You guys would be... there would be an influx of like drywall repair across the entire eastern and western seaboard. So you're smoking crack if you don't think that Sombra is at least B tier. I get it. She's too strong. The assassin, I think 1.75 is still too long. I want to see 1.25. It was 1 initially in beta. That wasn't bad. I would also like things like maybe this is too much. 40% maybe it's too much. I don't know. My problem with Sombra is similar to Doomfist, where it feels like a character that can hack you and assassinate you feels very difficult to balance. So they've done a good job of it, but I don't know if we're ever going to be in a place where we're happy with Sombra's balance state. I don't think that's why heroes like Rhine, Sojourn, okay, Kiriko potentially, Orisa potentially, Winston potentially, and shut up about Genji Tracer because they're fun heroes too. Sombra just, I don't know, Sombra's just not the best hero design, to be honest with you. Sombra is just never going to be a very popular hero just because her hero design just isn't good. It's just not good. She is not a well-designed hero. She is better than she used to be. She can continue to get better, but it feels a lot like Bastion, right? Like, how do you balance that, you know? It would take a lot of work, and it would take another entirely new rework to actually put Sombra in a position where we could confidently say that she is a good, well-designed hero. She's just a bad hero. So I'm thankful that she is less cancerous, but unfortunately, unless she gets a heavy rework, we will never see her in an A or an S spot. Why doesn't Blizzard just rework theirs? I mean, they're probably actively working on it, but new content is important as well. I mean, we've seen chat. They're trying, no? I mean, I don't know. I mean, could be that they're trying and also could just be flat out incompetence. So I don't know. But I will say that like a lot of the recent heroes, the reworks I mean, look at this overall. All the reworks, I think I'd only place 4 of them actively making the hero worse. A lot of them did make the heroes better. Some of them made them significantly better. Yes, this was a rework for sure, but you guys know what I'm saying. This rework wasn't a good enough rework. Hack is still too frustrating. Assassination is still too frustrating. Perma-stealth is still, I don't know. I'm not saying the hero is the hero is definitely too strong right now, but like it's just the fundamentals of the hero just feel like I don't know how you balance around that without permanently being frustrated. We're about to get to a couple more heroes that fall into that category. No, not Genji. Genji, I'm dead serious. I want you to think about it. Why is Genji in the negative? Right. The only change Genji got directly was an actively negative one for the hero balance and hero design. He benefits the most out of pretty much the entire cast, out of the damage passive, and it makes him very frustrating to play against. And it can even mess up Genji players. Like I've played Genji. You get that initial kill, it can mess up with your mechanics. You're not actually like, why am I moving this fast? You get a kill with Blade, you can just chase down targets now and kill them. So I'm not talking about removal of CC. That was overall a positive change. I love but I'm talking about specifically what they did with Genji the hero. I think was a negative change. I don't think he needed changes. I think if this was completely blank or we had a better damage passive that wasn't so stupid, I would put Genji in just doesn't apply. He didn't need anything. He doesn't need anything. Now in terms of balance, I think you could probably argue that, I mean, certainly we talk about the damage passive, but probably could do a little bit less damage with his right click, or maybe the recovery rate of the right click needs to be a little bit slower. But I think the hero's fine. I think this is why you have to be really careful about how you read this tier list, because I think this hero is fine. I also think this hero is probably fine in most ways, shapes, or forms. This hero is almost perfect, but just doesn't do well. I don't like changing dash reset, y'all. If they change dash reset after kill, that would completely ruin the hero. Literally ruin one of the most iconic heroes in the game and one of the most iconic ability functions in the entire game. They will never touch dash. If they did, they would literally have people would be. I'm not even joking. People would be extremely angry. Dash reset is an excellent, fun mechanic. The only reason people are complaining about it now is because Genji's in a very strong power state right now. And I encourage you guys who are getting frustrated about Genji, remember playing against other heroes. Genji is one of the least cancerous heroes that you can play against because yes, there is counterplay. Yes, he's mechanically intensive, so there is counterplay. It's difficult to do that, but I would 10 times rather have a Genji meta or a Tracer meta or even, I guess, a Cassie meta if it's not Flash Fan. There's at least some skill there, right? Mostly, like I said, the DPS passive needs to change. It needs to change for Genji, and you probably need to nerf his right click in some way, shape, or form, potentially. Okay? Symmetra, I mean, there's just nothing with Symmetra, right? Like, Symmetra got really nothing. Like, this is all like fancy dancy. This is a lot. You see this? But this is nothing. This is nothing. Look. Okay, I mean, it's nothing huge. It means spawn TPs are less useful. I would say it's probably a good change because that was such a one-dimensional place. Also, I'll say, okay, that's positive. Okay, that's okay. Okay, this is positive too. I'll give that. Whatever, I guess. The range, whatever, sure. Okay. This seems okay. Seems okay. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Nice. But you see what I'm saying, chat? This is a lot of, it's like, oh, you got a TV dinner, a microwave dinner, right? We've put paprika on it, salt on it, pepper on it. It's still a TV dinner, y'all. It's still a TV dinner. Her mobility is awkward. Her range is awkward. She's still a spam hero, and too much of her utility revolves around turrets that slow you and do damage. So, positive, yes. But there's a lot more work that remains to be done. Exactly, the empty skies. Exactly. Positive, yes. But too much work to be done. Again, you can see the defense class. You can see how a lot of these heroes in the defense class, like these old school heroes, have not aged well at all. Hero is aged horribly. Hero is aged horribly. Hero is aged horribly. Hero is not aged well. A lot of heroes from the old school class, like you look at this, like a lot of the newer heroes might be broken or OP, but are fun to play and are at least engaging, right? This hero is, I'm just gonna be tricky to balance, but I'll still give her a check mark. Still engaging. This hero has actually, they've done a lot with this hero. They've made this hero a lot better, so I'll give her a check mark. We can go down the list. A lot of these newer heroes have done well, and a lot of older heroes, right? Like count this, like all of the heroes that have not aged well outside of Sombra are old school heroes. Like even like a Doomfist is still fun to play, right? Mercy has not aged well at all. I say Baptiste is also not aged well, actually. Baptiste definitely falls in that category for me. Okay, Lucio. Let's check out Lucio. A lot of these newer heroes. I mean, technically Ana was a newer-ish hero, I guess. Because she was released after, I don't know. You guys know what I'm saying, right? She wasn't the initial cast. Crossfade healing is reduced. That's to make up for the passive. Sound barrier ultimate cost is reduced. This is a net positive for sure. I mean, these things perfectly balance each other out. And this is a huge quality of life change, considering the fact that the way the game plays out, it's going to be more spread out. There's one fewer tank inside of your support aura, so otherwise it would take forever. I mean, Lucio didn't need much. I would put Lucio in A tier because his change was good and he just didn't need anything. So the one change he got definitely complements the playstyle. I've got nothing to add. I don't know what I would change about Lucio. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on this one. Like, I don't know what I would possibly ask. This feels like Tracer, to where it's like, okay, she definitely needed a damage nerf, he definitely needed an ultimate cost reduction, but then what would you do? You know? The reason I don't put him in S tier is because there's nothing like, oh my gosh, what a great idea. But it wasn't broken, don't fix it. Give him a grapple hook. No, I don't think we should rework Genji. I think that he got worse when they reworked him. They got worse with the new Overwatch 2 thing. Yeah. These are not necessarily heroes that need reworks so much as they are heroes that got worse with the Overwatch 2 changes in terms of balance / fun for both your team and the enemy team. Well, Genji isn't in the doesn't apply. He actually got worse because of DPS passive. DPS passive made him more frustrating to play against. Genji does not need a rework. Genji's fine. D.Va doesn't need a rework. D.Va's fine. Genji doesn't need a rework. I would say Baptiste needs a maybe rework. This hero definitely needs a rework, at least to an extent. This hero probably needs a little bit of a rework. Ironically, there are more heroes in the tier of C that need reworks better than D. This guy needs a rework. This guy needs a rework. This one needs as much of a rework as Mercy does. And I still would like to see this person receive them love. Actually, I think rethinking Soldier. What did Soldier need? I'm going to put Soldier actually up to A. Because Soldier didn't need much at all. I'm just a little bit mad about... Again, Soldier fills in the line with, like, they made his ultimate... you know what? No, chat. I'm gonna put him in B. They made his ultimate better, more engaging to use, but it's still a little dull. He didn't need much, though. I don't know what I would change about Soldier. Yeah. He's not aged super poorly, though. He's aged okay. But I'm not comparing him to Sojourn in terms of power. I'm comparing him to the changes that he got over the course of the beta. I'm not even saying that Soldier's better designed than Sojourn. I'm saying Soldier, over the course from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, got more positive changes than Sojourn did from the early stages of the beta to the later stages of the beta. This is a super confusing tier list. I'm well aware of that. Moira, well, speaking of heroes that did not age well, I'm kind of surprised they increased the cooldown of Fade. If anything, I feel like it should have been left the same because she needs more mobility with Overwatch 2. Maybe like nerf her self-healing and nerf her Moira healing orb like this, but then let her Fade stay or increase the range, or I don't know. I mean, because Fade is so annoying too. I don't know. She's not gotten worse. She's not gotten better. I really don't see any of this as being... This isn't even minor. This is like almost irrelevant. I mean, this is, I guess, net positive with these two. But then this one is... I don't know about this one, honestly. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. So actually, Moira doesn't apply. I don't think Moira really got anything significant, to be honest. Moira is the worst design hero in Overwatch. Worse than Roadhog. I know that's a little bit of a hot take, but I firmly believe that's the truth. The worst design hero in Overwatch. The one most in need of a rework, more so than Roadhog. Her identity is literally, I survive. She's not even very good at healing. I don't want her to be better at healing because she's so boring that it would be a tragedy if she was a strong hero. Like, her design is so bad that I don't want her to have a niche because that would mean that she's strong. I don't want... No. Bap and Ana are better at healing than she is. Good. Let it stay that way. Screw that hero until you guys figure out how to make her somewhat engaging. She's so easy and brain dead. She's a horrible... Like, I was talking about this with you guys. I literally think in Overwatch 2, the Moira playstyle is like legit like soft flanks, like soft pressuring out DPS. Like it's not just that she's easy. It's just there's nothing to her. You don't balance Moira until you actually give her an identity. It's like putting lipstick on a pig. You don't you don't want people playing Moira, guys. You don't want Moira to be balanced as strong as an Ana when she's flipping a tenth of the Ana's skill level. I'm not breaking my own rules. Nothing. I'm talking about Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. Nothing has changed. She's still the same. Genji's changes were actively negative. Moira's were completely neutral. No, Genji wasn't. Genji benefited a lot more from the DPS passive. Genji benefits more from the DPS passive than anybody else, and I don't like the DPS passive. I think it's the wrong direction. Genji had changes. He had the DPS passive. The support passive doesn't affect Moira negatively or positively. No, I don't want to ignore the passive. I didn't even, maybe I misspoke, but like the passive is why Ana's in A tier, not like B tier, because the passive significantly was a huge quality of life change for Ana. Like Ana not having to nade herself is actually huge and a huge positive quality of life change, not positive in terms of power, but it's positive in terms of that's good. I like that. Well, I'm being consistent here. I mean, I don't know if I'm communicating consistently, but the consistency is here. Even the tank passive influenced my Winston placement because it's harder to boop him off now. Yeah, potentially a savvy drone. Yeah, potentially. But then because the fade is longer, I don't know. Maybe Moira's slightly worse with the support passive. There's nothing about Moira that makes her engaging right now. And there hasn't been since her design. The Moira, okay, here's your hot take. Moira was literally carried through the brain psychology, like the brain physiology of our brains liking the tick, tick, tick noise. I'm not even joking. I'm willing to bet cash. If you changed the Moira tick, tick, tick noise off of her damage orb, her coalescence, and I think her right click, people wouldn't want to play her as much. I'm not joking. People play her to hear that noise. And I've coached this hero for ages. I made an advanced Moira resource meter guide, but it was just pathetic that you have to think about like the micro details. Whenever I've coached Moira, we always inevitably end up going to the micro because there's nothing else to do with the hero. And she's not a strong hero too. Like honestly, I hate Moira. I hate Moira. What a dumb hero. I get people have complaints with a lot of the other heroes like Sojourn and stuff because there's like balance, but at least the hero feels engaging and fun. Moira just never feels good. Just lame. Previous statements null that. I don't understand what I've said. What I've said contradicts with any of these. Like if I've misspoke, like I realized that I put Soldier in too low of a tier because I remember I said quality, not quantity, right? And I think the overall quality Soldier didn't need much, and what he did get with the Tactical Advisor was a little bit more of a positive change than anything else. But I've been consistent with my communication. I just don't know if I've been, yeah, anyway. Widowmaker, I mean, I like the 200 HP change. I don't think 175 was like that great. I mean, really just honestly unchanged, to be honest. Nothing of relevance that she's received. The 200 HP is like minor, so minor that I wouldn't even put her on the same tier of like a Pharah direct rocket or Torbjorn's for a faster fire speed. I mean, I guess you could technically put her in C, technically, because she did get a minor quality of life change, which I like. But it feels almost disingenuous to put her on the same tier as Symmetra, who technically her changes were very small, but they were numerous. I'll leave Widowmaker in C for now. Whoa, I'm way behind in chat. What's the most heretical part? The lack of Bastion? Oh shoot, chat, there's no Bastion? We'll have to fill in Bastion. We did Torb. Torb is already up.
Oh, he's back?
Yeah, Torb is in C, yeah. You very much dislike the 200 HP? Yeah, I don't know. I just hate that it feels like she's so fragile, you know? I don't know. Ignore the passive because you didn't like it. I could have said that, Baggins. I might have said it. Alright, Orisa. Man, it's that simple, y'all. It's really not hard with Orisa. Not only is it relative to Overwatch 1, she zooms to the top. But honestly, y'all, maybe that's just me, but dude, Orisa's so much fun to play. Like, I look at Zarya, and I'm not a huge Zarya fan. I like Zarya, all right. But I respect the changes. I think it was an amazing change. But dude, Orisa's so much fun to play. Dude, she's so much fun to play. So much fun. Even if you weren't an Orisa main in Overwatch 1, you have to admit that, like, oh my gosh, there's so much fun things about her. You loved old Orisa? Okay. Alright, give me just a second here. Let's let you think about that one for a little bit. I didn't even know I could do that on my phone. I'm stoked. Okay, but yeah, you take like one of the most passive. Now, there were some aspects of Orisa that were fun and old. I agree, Halt was a lot of fun. Halt was a frustrating ability, potentially imbalanced ability, but was a lot of fun. And her weapon, I think in Overwatch 1, I liked her weapon a little bit better. Felt a little bit more like intuitive. But Shield Fortify, right? And even Bongo, right? Now, oh my gosh, there's so much more dynamics to it. There's so much more engagement. Love Orisa. Great rework. Awesome job. I love Orisa. I will say that I will miss Halt just a teeny bit, but that's such a tricky ability to balance. Yeah. And her ultimate, I mean, even though it's not an amazing ultimate, it's just everything about her immediately leveled up. Immediately. Except for her primary fire, which I'm still not sure on. Her ultimate is a new Halt. That's actually true, yeah. Reaper. I don't think Reaper got a whole lot, did he? Damage has been reduced. The spread has been reduced. I'll give Reaper a slight positive because he feels less like I literally one-shot you in point-blank range. He has like more mid-range. Again, you're gonna notice this with Overwatch 2, where every hero has strengths and weaknesses, but there is a little bit of a homogenization of there are less extremes, for lack of a better term. And I don't think as long as there's still very clear class identities, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. Where if I'm playing Reaper and I jump into a Roadhog's face or a Reinhardt's face, the Reinhardt dies. That's it. Or I'm playing Reaper and oh no, the Cassidy saw me from 15 meters away. I cannot win. It's impossible. He's just going to plunk me down. Now that's still to an extent correct. But there is more flexibility of playstyle. So you're rewarded, you're punished less for, oh, I didn't pick the right hero. You see what I'm saying? So I think this is a good change. I think there's limits with how far you want to push. Like, we wouldn't want to have Reaper's spread was reduced from 8 to 1 degree, right? You got Sniper Reaper. That'd be absurd. But I want, there's a balance between having every hero have a strength and a signature and it being such a hindrance or such a boon that it's impossible to balance. So I think overall a net positive, which going by my standards probably means that it's not about the quantity, it's the quality. I'll put him in B tier just because I don't I do think Reaper is still in a tricky position. I still think he still struggles with CC a lot. Even the CC that's remaining, his TP still doesn't feel good. There's still a lot of issues with his audio, and like he's too easy to hear. He's too hard to hear. He's still fairly 1-2 dimensional compared to a lot of the other newer heroes. There's not a lot of nuance to him as much as the other heroes. So I think that theoretically there could have been more interesting work given into him, but they didn't. So I like what they did with the dynamics, but I think they could have made it more interesting. Roadhog. Channeled into transform. Okay, so here's the crazy hot take. So C tier for Roadhog. So here's the thing. This is where the tricky balance of the tier listing comes in for me. I really like this change. I think this is a really good change. Like it puts a lot more thought into it, a lot more control. It gives a lot more dynamics to it. I think this is a great change. So why is he then C tier? Well, the problem is that what you've done is you've literally, let me draw it out for you. You've literally, with this ultimate change, you've put lipstick on a pig, all right? Yes, it is a great change, but there's a few other problems with Roadhog, just a few, just bear with me. Hook, his mouse one shot, that's a problem. His secondary fire, not quite, you know. His vape, you know, the self heal, it's just tough, you know. His fat, large, ugly hitbox, you know, the audio issues, the sound, how quiet he is in relation to the other heroes, his general play style, his identity in Overwatch 2. His lack of dynamics, right? Very one-dimensional. His ultimate is still not interesting, particularly more one-dimensional still, and we can go on. So the problem is yes, this is a positive change, but it's a lot like the Sombra change. We're like, yeah, you're doing good, but he's gonna need a lot more work. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Good to see you. 18 months now. You see the problem? There's just so much wrong with Roadhog that you can do this, and I appreciate it, but wow, you have barely scratched the surface. And the problem is a lot like Moira and Sombra, where I don't feel like you can actively properly balance the hero until you rework him. Could you make Roadhog into a decent power state? Yes, but how are you going to make this hero engaging? Besides, I land hook, GG's, that's it. You have to find a way to rework him and make him more dynamic, less one-dimensional, and more flexible. He is a horrible hero. He is the second worst, in my opinion, design hero in Overwatch 2. I would have said Roadhog might have been the third worst, but a new hero has leapfrogged him, which we'll talk about in a second. You hook, you win. You don't hook, you don't win. That's it. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes that. Really, 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 really poorly designed. Yes, Baggins, this is a terrible time. Congratulations. Guys, I'm not saying to go to Baggins' door and take a giant dump on his front porch. Don't do that. But I won't be upset if you do. Okay. Yeah, just a disaster. So he's in C tier because, yes, I like the changes. They're positive from Overwatch 1. But again, lipstick on a pig. There's a ton wrong. There's a ton wrong. May? No longer freeze. Kissy, kissy. Kissy, kissy. Damage per second increased. Kiss. Ammo is increased. Kiss. May's ice wall reduced. Smooch. I think that's mostly it. I think like still I struggle with May because she still feels like archaic in her design, but I think that her being able to having to use her wall in more dynamic ways. You guys watch Backbone in Overwatch League. When you're playing May into dive in 5v5, you don't just wall off the tank. Right? You have to do a lot more. You have to be way more creative and way more dynamic with how you use your wall. And it's fun to watch. It's fun to play. Not being able to freeze people with M1 and having to decide, is it better to track and do more DPS, or am I going to aim for the shot? And it's fun. I really actually think May is one of those heroes that I honestly had zero faith that she would age well in Overwatch 2, and yet she's done okay. She's done okay. Like, it's a lot like the Echo copy change, where the removal of a tank and the reduction of the HP of the wall kind of forces you to be more creative with how you use it. And forcing players to be more creative is a really sneaky way to make them have more fun. If you say you cannot just wall off the Reinhardt, run him down, freeze him, and kill him over and over and over again, that gets boring for, guess what? The May too, at least if they're not sociopathic killers, right? That gets boring for everybody involved. So now that doesn't work anymore. You have to figure out new ways to find value with Maywall, and guess what? That's going to make you have more fun. You don't know it, but it's good for you. So the freeze change, the wall change, I look at May and I'm like, yeah, maybe there's some more work. Maybe Blizzard's still kind of a weird ultimate where it's frustrating, but it also feels like absurdly easy to get out of right now. I don't know what the hitbox of Endothermic Blaster is. Maybe it's a little bit too big. I'm not really sure. Maybe you could argue that May's Ice Wall could be even smaller, but on a lower cooldown. I don't know. So I'm not like blown away by May, but I think you're an idiot if you don't think that May is like got some really solid changes in Overwatch 1. I wouldn't put her at a high A, but I would put her at a low A. I think that overall there was a lot of really sneakily positive changes about May. And the reason why I also put her high is because I just was very skeptical. And I've been proven kind of sort of wrong. She's a lot harder to play in Overwatch 2. And again, we're not talking about hero strength. We're talking about how successful was her rework. Is she going to be weak in Overwatch 2? Probably, yeah. But also, it's gonna. She's supposed to be hard. She's a utility hero. You have to use your brain. So I think it's just going to take some getting used to for a lot of May players. I think to be able to figure out what you need to be doing. Like watching pro Maze, you're going to see so many ways that you can use your wall. Almost every GM places her in C tier or D tier for power. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's where she is. This is not a power tier list, y'all. This is not a power tier list. This is how successful was a rework in terms of making the hero more engaging, more fun, and or removing bad aspects of the hero. I think they did a great job with that. She's still a weak hero. Yes, I agree. But I mean, it's the same thing. Like Genji's in D tier. Genji's really strong right now, but I think they failed with the DPS passive. I think that's the wrong direction for her. Yeah, this isn't a power tier list. Otherwise, this would take. Honestly, chat, I am not comfortable doing a power tier list right now. I don't feel like I've played enough ranked. Yeah, we'll add Bastion. Zenyatta. Fairly certain I know all the changes already, but I want to make sure. Snap kick, I think this is good. I'm not sure, 100% sure how I feel about it, because it is a little bit goofy, but I think overall, probably a net positive. This is a net positive change as well. Less wall hacking is good. I think it was a good mechanic, but probably lasted too long. I don't think Zenyatta needed much, to be honest with you. So I might even consider putting Zenyatta in A tier as well. The Discord change was a good balance adjustment. The snap kick was a good balance adjustment. I don't think he needs really much. He still feels glass. He still feels easy to kill, but he has a little bit more defensibility. I don't know. What do you guys think? A small cooldown on the boot for snap kick. That's not a bad idea. Maybe it could charge. Honestly, y'all, what if there was like a Zen meter? So like you got like Harmony Discord down here. You got your ultimate here. What if there was like a Zen meter like here, like a kick meter, and it like charged up and then kick and then goes and then, you know? So if it didn't charge up all the way, it wouldn't go very far, but it charged up every like 5 seconds. And the distance scaled. So like max distance would be current boop distance. But then if you didn't fully charge it, it'd be like half. Good, but too much damage and reduced boop distance because it's literally a Belusio boop with no cooldown. Yeah, maybe the max distance is too much a little bit with him. I think let's bump him down to B tier because I like what they did, but I think the snap kick could have been utilized a little bit better. You guys have convinced me. I think it's good, but I think it could have been implemented a little bit better. Y'all weren't around for 225 HP Zen, man. That was nuts. Yeah, I don't know what the new patch notes with Kiriko Ultimate. I imagine that will, yeah, we'll look at that. Oh yeah, you guys were in beta. Never mind. But you guys remember 225 HPs and it was atrocious. Okay, so here it comes. Here it comes. This one's gonna be actually tricky. I thought I knew where I wanted to do this one, but let's just draw Bastion. Where does Bastion fall? So here is my thought. Draw a toaster. I don't know if can I draw a toaster? I'm horrible at drawing. There's your toaster. Okay, that's not good. Here's where I fall with Bastion. I think we have another Sombra problem on our hands. Where I look at all of his changes, and I really do mean all of them. And I think, well, almost all of them. And I think, okay, I respect it. I think that's overall positive. So let's go down the list, right? Configuration assault. I like it. I like that. I know people say the weapon is weak, and I could probably agree, but it feels pretty fairly fun to use. I like being able to move while you're in turret form. That gives a little bit more dynamics to it. It can be annoying, but it's there. Sticky grenade feels weird. Feels very, very, very weird. I don't like it, but I also like that he has at least another ability now besides self-heal. Like he can actually, it's not, I don't love it as an ability, but it's interesting, right? It's better than what it was. The lack of cancer self-healing, the goofiness with there feels whatever. The ultimate, I agree with y'all. The ultimate, I feel like I almost said everything was positive, but after thinking about it, I really feel like the ultimate is a step back. I felt like the ultimate was pretty clearly the best part about old Bastion. It was a skill shot. It was had pop-off potential, and it was mechanically challenging. His ultimate now is, currently disabled, right? But it's a little dull, and also is such a low skill ceiling, it feels impossible to balance. I was publicly said early on that I thought Bastion's ultimate in lower ranks would probably be oppressive. Like, you imagine you're playing in Bronze 4 and the Bastion pops, he's going to get a 2K. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And then you pop Bastion ultimate and anything above Plat, and you're lucky to get 1 kill, barely, if even that. You know what I'm saying? So the ultimate had way too much variance. The higher rank you got, the worse it was, and that's not great. And then the problem is that it's a lot like the Sombra Roadhog problem, where yes, he's a lot better, but he still is very, very, very one-dimensional in playstyle. He plays around that turret cooldown, and once that turret cooldown is done, you don't got no ability. You have no significant range. Even when you're in the other transformation, you're significantly worse. I don't know what the hero does. I don't know what. It just feels bad. And even the things that feel like an overall improvement, like his ability to move in the turret and the sticky grenade, they don't feel like, wow, what a cool. It's like, okay, it's better, but sticky grenade doesn't feel great. The turret movement isn't like the most engaging, fun thing ever. It is such a predictable power strike, right? I've played up against Bastions, and I got queued sometimes and a couple times into gold, silver games when I was playing Genji. And playing with a gold tank or a silver tank into a Bastion was just like, guys, it's so easy. And then I jump to the higher rank, just even 300 SR or whatever higher, and they go Bastion, free win. Free win. Because we're going to go, hey, guy, he's turret mode, hide, 3, 2, 1, attack, he's dead, useless hero. So, I don't know. I think, I'm going to put him in C tier, because unquestionably, he is a more engaging, more fun to play against, and more fun to play with hero than Overwatch 1. But the bar was set so very low, and again, the lipstick on the pig, right? There is so many things left to be done with him. It feels like a bump in the right direction, but wow, there's a long way to go. Wow, there is a long, long way to go. And I think along with the heroes like Moira, Roadhog, Sombra, to a lesser extent Torb and Symmetra and Pharah, and even to an extent, there's just unfortunately, there's a rework needed. Junkrat as well, I think. It's just the hero is just not going to be functional in its current state, and I think that's going to be the tricky thing for Overwatch devs, is do you leave Bastion in his current state where he's more engaging, the Bastion mains can have their fun, but he will never ever be a good hero past a certain rank? I don't know. They seem to at least be trying to drag the old hero designs kicking and screaming to a modern design. You know, you look at something like, I don't know, you look at something like a Reinhardt, right? Reinhardt is quite difficult compared to his old playstyle, right? There's a lot more dynamics to it. He's aged really, really well. Mei as well. Completely different, completely changed. Winston changed. Brig they completely trashed her initial design and went in a totally different direction with her. Not a totally different direction, but significantly more balanced direction. But will they be able to do that with Bastion? Will they be able to do that with Junkrat, Moira, Roadhog? I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question, Kalal. I think old Ultimate would definitely be the direction I'd want to go with it. Maybe they make old Ultimate not a one-shot in squishies, but it does a lot of a ton of damage, right? I don't know. I do agree that old Ultimate would be a really good step in the right direction, because it was the only part about his kit back in the day that felt really decent. I'm not sure, the Empty Skies. I'm not sure. There was an extremely well thought out post that was popular, I want to say 3 years ago, about how Bastion should be a tank in Overwatch. And there was a lot of really neat ideas in the original thread and in the comment section. I don't remember where that is. I don't remember if it's aged well, but at the time I remember being like, oh, those are some cool ideas, right? Yeah, there were some really cool ideas, and there's been a lot of good ideas out there for Overwatch hero redesigns. That is not something that I am particularly brilliant at. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about new ideas. So but I can still be the critic, right? It's easy being a critic. The problem with Bastion is he probably needs some form of mobility. Like if you look at the cast right now in Overwatch 2, I'm going to delete Bastion for a second. Better mobility. By the way, Zarya, don't forget y'all, Zarya got better mobility. I don't know if y'all caught this one, this change. Wait, what? Where's the change? Chat, am I smoking something? Didn't her right click have a higher boop on herself? Right? But it's not, okay, so it does. It's just not in here. Yeah, so you can, it's actually like, there's a lot of new places that you can reach with Zarya. Yeah, okay. A lot more mobility, obviously, with her E. Not more mobility, but keep in mind, ranged heroes don't always need mobility. I think that's the key thing, is you either need range or you need mobility. You either need map control by moving yourself physically there or by being able to see it. That's a consistent design. Range doesn't apply. Check, check. Check, 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 check. No real range or mobility, but wall is usable as mobility, and she has decent range, so I'll give her a check still. Better, you guys notice this? Better mobility. Roll goes further now. Even little stuff, right? Mobility. No mobility but range. Obviously. No mobility but range. Obviously, huge mobility. Obviously, mobility and range with his E. TP being on a faster cycles, right? Clearly the direction they're trying to push with her. Obviously, sort of range, right? Range, mobility, and range. And then it's like when you get to like the awkward heroes, like you look at this at like Junkrat. Mobility, but also to get mobility, he has to use like literally the most important cooldown he has. And then Bastion just doesn't have anything. So, yeah. I got here, start from the beginning. Okay, so chat, this is our final list here. Let's quickly skim through it one more time. Make sure I'm staying consistent with quality versus quantity. Yes. Ana didn't get much, didn't need much. Yes. I'm almost tempted to put Winston in S tier, y'all. Even though he didn't get much. What do you guys think? Compare Winston to Zarya. Yes, his changes weren't as flashy as Reinhardt and Orisa, but the change he got was really, really big. And feels really fun to use. I think maybe Winston's S tier. Tracer got exactly what she needed. Maybe not. Maybe it was a little bit harsh. I could consider putting her in B tier, but Lucio didn't need much, but got what he needed. Mei needed some stuff and got a lot of what she needed. Right click still takes ammo, but remember they reduced the ammo. It only costs 10 now, so it's actually not a very high ammo cost. And there has to be some downside to doing it, right? I think that's fair, even if it's a minor one. Brig, I feel like is definitely the right direction. I don't know, chat. Brig might be an A tier for me. I feel like she's not strong necessarily, but like she's so much less frustrating to play against, and you can still have a relatively decent impact with a lower shield bash cooldown. Again, I'm not talking about power. I just feel like the direction of reducing the CC and making Rally less frustrating to play against was definitely a huge step for her. And new bash is fun, yes. I don't know. I might bump Brig to A. Cassie, again, was the one where they had a lot of changes, but I don't know. High Noon's still kind of a weird ult. The grenade still feels a little weird. It's overall positive, but nothing crazy. Brig, yeah, well, yeah. Brig is a lot harder at peeling. Brig is more about dynamically peeling and then hitting your whip shot and then using your bash to disengage, for sure. But I can see people being upset at the peel loss, which is why I wouldn't put her in S, because it does feel weird. Junker Queen's a lot better. Still feel weird about her as a hero. Wait, combat roll doesn't have the distance buff? I don't know. That was a big thing I thought he had. So I'm way behind in Overwatch 1, y'all. What do y'all think about Cassidy? I don't know. I think they just leave him at B. His role, at least, is still thoughtful to use. His ult, at least, is not an insta-die button. And his grenade is an improvement. I just think there's more work to be done with him. I think there's more work to be done. Echo got nothing, no? Or no, the tank copy change. So why did I put her in E? Bastion's just chilling there. I mean, does Echo need much? Her beam is less frustrating. Her tank copy is less frustrating. Maybe Echo deserves to be an A. Because I don't know what I would change about Echo. Her beam... Yeah, I agree with you, Razor Beam. I don't know what to do with Cassidy either. He just kind of feels he's there. He's positive, but I don't know. I don't know, maybe Echo's A, y'all. The two most frustrating things about her got changed a little bit. The tank one copy is huge, and the beam one maybe could be even harsher. I don't know. I might bump Echo to A, just even though she didn't get a lot, because she didn't need a lot. Sigma, the new accretion combo. Maybe Sigma gets bumped up too, because Sigma didn't need much, no? Yeah, maybe Sigma's up to A as well, because this was positive, this was positive. This was positive too. Maybe Sigma gets a bump up to A too. Basically, anybody in A is where I'm like, I'm pretty happy with their position right now. I don't think they need much more. But there's nothing about the hero that like blows me away. Yeah, BAP, I don't like the new shift. I don't like what they did with the hero of the shift. I think it was the wrong direction. That he clearly needed some help in Overwatch 2, but giving him big heal is just kind of blech. So I'm going to put Echo and Sigma just because, Echo, Sigma, and Brig, because I like where they are. I don't know in terms of power design, but like, and I'm not like blown away, but like overall they feel like pretty good. Sombra. Oh man. All right, here we go, chat. Here we go. Y'all ready for the smoking hot steam to come flying off? I'm gonna have to move poor Bastion. Quality, not quantity. We gotta remember. I got baited by the amount of Sombra changes. She's significantly better, yes. But there's still a lot goofy with her hero design. Permastealth, hack duration, the assassination 40% damage boost, the chain hacking. I still think there's work to be done. I agree. Yeah. I think she's significantly better. But if I compare her to other heroes like Cassidy, I'm more comfortable about the improvement in the position that Cassidy is in right now than I am with Sombra. You see what I'm saying? Like, I am more confident that Cassie has a better, clearer identity and has a better design than Sombra. And I feel the same way about Soldier, and I feel the same way about Reaper, and even Junker Queen, who is a little bit tricky for me. Maybe we should add another tier, y'all. Because I'm looking at Roadhog and Sombra, and I'm like, there's no way those guys are on the same tier list. All right, y'all. We're doing it. Whoops. Okay. No. Let's do this. Wait, whoops. No. No, wait. C. D. Change C to yellow. Change F to dark gray. And change D to light gray. What do y'all think? I think Sombra has more work to do. Roadhog has more work to do. We'll get to those in a second. Whoops. Wait, why is it overwriting it? What? What? It's scuffed. What on earth? No. No, I can't do it. Crud. Let's come do it. Could do nice. Yeah, there you go. Okay, pulling somebody in and hog-tying them, that's disturbing. Reaper, again, I feel like Soldier and Reaper both fall in the same category for me. Soldier's design is very blasé, but it's fine. He does the trick. My problem with Soldier is I really think his ultimate is just not very engaging. I think his ultimate could change and are finding some way to buff that or work that. It's mostly just his ultimate. If his ultimate was a little bit more engaging, I'd probably immediately bump him up to A tier. Reaper, same kind of thing. Very kind of blasé hero design. TP, Wraith, even his weapon are just not super engaging, and there's just not a lot. I don't look at Reaper Soldier and be like, oh, those are like Lucio Tracer levels, or it's just Zen. The snap kick was definitely a good change, but as we discussed, I'm not sure if it's exactly what we wanted or if it was the best thing for the hero. So kind of torn on that one. I think I'm happy with the placement of all these heroes so far. Sojourn. Again, I'm nothing to do with it. Thank you. Torb, Sim, Farah. I think I feel fairly confident in this. Like, none of these heroes I feel like are terribly redesigned, need complete dumpster reworks. They're getting there, but maybe Sim D, yeah. Yeah, you might be right. I feel way more confident around Torb than I do Symmetra. I know people are going to hate a Widowmaker placement. Some people are like, Widowmaker's A tier. What are you talking about? People are like, hey, Widowmaker's D tier. She's horrible. Bastion definitely belongs here. Actually, chat, here's the thing. I just realized this. Baptiste. I feel like Baptiste definitely belongs in F, right? He's a fine hero, but his Overwatch 2 redesign rework made him worse. I don't panic though. Like, I would say being in F isn't necessarily worse than being in D. Oh no, my camera's covering things again. I wouldn't say being in F is worse than being in D, because I don't know, this tier list is hard to make, y'all. Because, again, F heroes are oftentimes fine, they just got a bad turn with Overwatch 2, that's all. So I'm actually reconsidering Doomfist, because if you consider Doomfist from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, he is better. Like, he was trashed here in Overwatch 1, and unbelievably frustrating to play against. Overwatch 2, he's still not good, and he can still be frustrating, but I feel like Doomfist in Overwatch 2 is way more even-tempered than Overwatch 1, no? Well, I'm not saying BAP is bad, I'm just saying that the change did not make him a better hero in terms of engaging, fun. It just was another heal, that was it. Basically, Marl Karks. I'm torn between D tier or C tier. I might put him in C tier. Because like it's positive. Like he's better, but it's just there's so much wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong, the Empty Skies. Yeah, we'll put it in D tier. He definitely, I like it much better than Overwatch 1. I feel like the heroes, but there's just a lot of work needed. Let me sniff my armpit. Diva, obviously F. Mercy, obviously F. Genji, obviously F. These are all fine, except for Mercy, I'd say probably fine heroes, but they just got a bad turn. Genji benefits way from too much from the DPS passive. Diva got way too much power creep. Baptiste shift change was not the play. Mercy, I'm not sure with Mercy Tech, but on paper, Mercy Tech got easier. And I don't love that. We're going to have to add another tier. No changes. Good. And then this one is no changes. Bad. we're almost there, chat. We're almost there. Okay. So I'm actually gonna put unsure in there. Because Wrecking Ball to me doesn't need like a lot, but somehow he just doesn't feel like he's aged super well in Overwatch 2. They've not changed anything about him, but his playstyle, like the tank nerf in terms of the damage, and then things like Slam don't feel as impactful with the Overwatch 2 changes. So I feel like he might need work. Kiriko, honestly, I just feel like removing. Junkrat. Hanzo? I don't know, what do you guys think? Yes, that's true, Tech Dress, but it's such a small thing. Hanzo feels like a very controversial hero, but I don't know. And then we gotta throw Bastion in there, y'all. Here's my boy. Bastion. Like, you can't even read that. I'm not gonna trust my handwriting with this one, y'all. Huh. There. What do y'all think? Yeah. You know what? Actually, you make good points. Maybe Hanzo's in this one. I'm definitely, here's the thing. I'm definitely not sure on Hanzo. Ashe, I'm pretty sure is okay. I think Ashe is okay. Hanzo, I'm not super sure on. This, oh shoot, y'all, the Storm Arrow Ricochet changes. Yeah, what a weird change. Actually, yeah, you're totally right. Hanzo's definitely an unsure category for me. Yeah. It feels weird because Hanzo was so good versus tanks. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was the tank buster, you know? So easy to spam down shots, Storm Arrow, or just blow people up. But, like, it doesn't feel as good. Yeah. All right, what do y'all think? I don't know. This is what I'm feeling right now. Exactly. I'm fixing to make like a 370, 100 degrees. An extra 10 degrees just for fun. Wow. Yeah, shut up. Okay, I'm doing the best I can. I kept adding tiers because I kept realizing that putting Sombra and like Torbjorn or Sombra and like Sojourn in the same category was just offensive. Sombra, like, how do you do that? I don't know. And I know, dude, I'm like, I don't even know if I want to upload this to YouTube because people are gonna be like, bro, these heroes are really weak. Why are you putting them so high? Or bro, these heroes are really strong. Why are they so low? Or bro, how are you gonna put Moira not in F tier? I'm like, okay, all right. Let me just say it once and for all. If I didn't say it clearly earlier, this is including all of the Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2 changes, and I'm grading how the changes were in terms of success of making the hero fun and engaging to play versus and against. I'm not saying anything about how balanced the hero was in Overwatch 1 or even how balanced the hero is in Overwatch 2. For example, right now, Zarya at S tier is a lot stronger, I would say, than Orisa. But they both got really nice redesigns in Overwatch 2. You can also look down in F tier where I put Genji in F tier and you're like, what? Genji's great. Genji's awesome in Overwatch 2. Yes, and he's an awesome design hero. Don't get me wrong. But Overwatch 2 made him worse with the DPS passive. In terms of design, not in terms of power, but in design. The DPS passive is not a good thing for Genji. It is too broken. It doesn't mesh well. Same thing, for example, the Baptiste. Baptiste is not a horribly designed hero necessarily, but the shift change, just a big burst heal, was not the direction the hero could go. So ironically, heroes oftentimes in F tier, in fact, all of the heroes in F tier, I would say, are overall better designed than the heroes in D tier. But the difference is the heroes in D tier got better from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, where the heroes in F tier got worse. Genji is still a trillion times better designed than any of the heroes in D tier, but he did get worse, so he's ranked appropriately. The ones at the bottom, I'm not sure about. Big changes, obviously they got changes like Moira got her fade cooldown increased. That is it is not zero, but it's not super impactful in terms of how she plays or how she operates or how she feels. For example, something like Moira got 1 second on a fade. Okay, balance wise, there's something there. But Pharah in C tier got a significantly bigger boop if she lands a direct hit. That has a more of an impact in terms of how fun the hero feels or how much dynamic there is to the hero than adding 1 extra second to fade. So the magnitude of the changes are not just, oh, this was a big buff, this was a big nerf in terms of numbers. I'm looking at new details or new little nuances that the hero got or lost over time. Like I said, the Pharah one, I think needs a lot of work, but the rewarding people for hitting a direct concussive blast was really cool. Also quality, not quantity. We talked about this. Ana didn't get a lot. She got nerfs to her CC, but she didn't really need a lot. And what she did need, she got. The support passive, which we're including passives in this tier, was a huge quality of life change for her. We're not focused on how strong it made her, but it made her so much more fun to play and so much less frustrating to play. I know there's some hot takes in here. Folks are disagreeing with my Brig placement, with my Mei placement, but I think overall, as people put more time into those heroes, you're going to realize that there's more options opened up and there's less one-dimensional playstyle. The heroes at the top have more dynamic and fluid playstyles. The heroes at the bottom are more old Overwatch 1, one-dimensional, one-trick, less fluidity, less options playstyles. Yeah, anyway. Okay. That I hope I'm gonna put that literally, if I put this on YouTube, I'll put that at the start of the video so that I cut down on the amount of angry comments by 6.7%. Okay, no more hot takes. Actually, you know what, yeah, that's true. The empty sky, I would put, I'm gonna leave Mercy in F, but I can see a good argument for being unsure with her. Can't play? GG's. That's awesome, Sentinel. That's great. That's great. Needs a cooldown like Hanzo's Leap? That is a hot take. That is a hot take. I will give you that. Chat, we're gonna end stream. We're gonna host SVB, who you guys know. Yeah, that's true. It did take a whole minute to load the practice range. Well, y'all peasants have fun. I'm not gonna play you some guitar. No, I'm not touching guitar. We'll do it some other time. All right, chat. I'm gonna chill. I'll see you guys later. We'll probably be back on this Saturday. We'll have a little tiny bit of coaching this Saturday, and maybe we'll find something new to do on Twitch. If you guys have any suggestions for things you'd like to see on Twitch, have any some crazy ideas, please go to my Discord, !martin Discord, and go into the stream topic suggestions and suggest your ideas that I could be doing on stream for your entertainment pleasure. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are not only going to host SVB, we are going to raid SVB. We're going to start. 10 seconds. Join now. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,